Well, welcome everyone. My name is Kristen Ferguson, Chair of the Concord Planning Board, and I'm calling this meeting to order. It's 7:01 p.m. on Tuesday, December 8th, 2020. In accordance with the Commonwealth of Mass Executive Order of March 12th, 2020, suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law, we are conducting this meeting virtually and the meeting is being recorded. So we have a jam-packed agenda. Let me first take roll and then we'll go over the agenda. So Mr. Steya.
Yes.
Mr. Bosdet.
Present.
Ms. Miller.
Present.
Ms. McEnany.
Here.
Ms. Orvidal.
Here.
And Mr. Flint.
Yes.
Okay, so for our meeting tonight, we have several big items, and I would expect that we'll have, hopefully a good amount of public participation as well. The first item is to discuss the tree protection bylaw and rules and regulations with the reviewing agent, Davey Tree. So they're going to do a presentation, then the board's going to have a chance to ask questions, and then we'll take public comment. After that, we've got, is it Chris from MAPC that's going to present about the Thoreau Depot redevelopment project. And then the third item and the final item tonight is the continuation of the public hearing for the 1440 Main Street subdivision. So we've got plenty on the meeting. Again, the reason we're talking about both the tree protection and the Thoreau Business District is because the planning board would, for the tree preservation bylaw, we want to see how well it's working to know whether we want to propose any amendments to the bylaw. And similarly for the Thoreau Depot Business District, we've got that long range plan of proposing some amendments to the bylaw in a future town meeting. So thanks to all of those participants for being here. Any questions, comments from the board before we get started? All right. With that, we've got Bill Stendrup and Liz McKinley from Davey Tree, and I think you guys are ready to present, so thanks for being here, and we'll have plenty of questions for you, I'm sure.
Great. Hello, I'm Liz, and I believe my colleague Bill is on here as well.
I just figured out my video. I have a face for radio anyhow, so all's good. So I guess what we'd like to start by saying is our role as the reviewing agents, the contractor reviewing agents, has evolved, and I think along with that, the bylaw has evolved to the point where contractors that and homeowners that we work with reach out to us and ask questions about implementation of the bylaw, what they need to do to follow it. And we encourage those questions from landowners and from contractors because as arborists, we're always interested in educating people about the benefits of trees, in particular as they're affected by capital improvement. So I guess from our perspective, the bylaw is working in the sense that trees in the tree save area as defined by the bylaw are considered during capital improvement projects that trigger the bylaw. And what that means to us as arborists is that trees that may have at one time been considered or not been considered during the construction process are considered as design elements. And I guess as arborists too, the goal to improve the canopy in the town of Concord is heading in the right direction. When trees are removed from the tree save area, they're either replaced or there is funding to the tree fund made, to keep the urban forestry program strong. So I guess without any further ado, there are a couple of items that we just wanted to bring up with regard to the bylaw as it stands and invite questions and feedback. And so what I will do is just read the items that we have. Number one, based on the protected tree application. Once an invasive species is included in the protected tree area and is going to be retained, it should have the same significance as any other tree. Proper protection will prevent any tree from becoming a hazard. And that came about because when an invasive tree is removed, it does not need to be mitigated. So an invasive tree, such as a Norway maple, if it's decided by the applicant that they want to remove the tree, okay, then there's no penalty for mitigation. But if they decide that it's a healthy tree, they want to keep the tree, then it should be treated with the same respect that any other tree is. And what we had run into is situations where the comment was made, well, it's an invasive tree anyhow. And I guess our comment back is, well, yes, that's true, but it's still a tree. So that's point number one. Point number two, trees should not be considered as having boundaries, i.e. where a tree root system or canopy extends beyond the abutting of property and would be affected by capital improvement. These trees should be included in the tree save area and indicated as such on the protected tree impact and removal. I just lost my screen.
We're seeing a screen share now of your notes.
Okay.
That's
Someone
helpful.
offered that up. Okay. I need my glasses back.
So this is an example of what you're sharing.
That's correct, right. So you have a property line, you have a tree on an abutting property, and the root system or the canopy or both may extend onto the subject property where capital improvement is happening. So what we're looking for is protection of the abutting trees consistent with protection of trees on the property of the applicant.
So,
Could
so we
scroll
did,
down.
oh, sorry. So to expand on this one, originally when the tree bylaw was being, developed, I'm not sure, what the legal parameters are between, this is a tree on an adjacent property, whether the town has the ability to require somebody to, protect the roots and the canopy of the tree that comes over onto, the subject property. So, but I think what needs to be kind of looked into is whether there is some, legal precedent that if this property owner were to, completely rip up all the roots for this large, 32-inch pine, and then, 6 months later, this pine tree, starts dying, is that an issue for this property owner that ripped up all the roots? So those are questions that I can't answer, that we will need, a little bit guidance from on that particular issue. I mean, the reasoning makes sense. Somebody shouldn't be able to completely damage, an adjacent tree if it's going, to kill it. But I'm not sure how that works on private property rights. Okay. Number 3.
Yeah. Okay. And third item, contractors are encouraged to develop planting plans that include diverse species that are appropriate for each particular site. Contractors are also encouraged to plant trees in accordance with the most current ANSI standards. Those are the standards that we as contractors follow and feel that those are the best guidelines for someone planting trees, and to include those or ask that contractors follow those, we feel would be it would be beneficial to be encouraged. And number 4, right. So we recommend a period of performance of 1 year from the initial date of application acceptance to receive final acceptance. And what final acceptance is that the applicant has provided a plan, the plan has been approved, they have done all that they are required to do to meet the plan. And if that period extends beyond 1 year, there can be information that we don't have. The site may have changed, ownership may have changed. So what we are recommending and asking the town is that that language be considered. And after 1 year, the applicant must reapply. And then we have an example of a property or a project, I should say, that started in 2018. We were contacted that they were ready to, and Liz, correct me if I'm wrong, that they were ready to receive the final inspection of their work. And so we had to do a fair amount of homework to get back up to speed with that property.
Correct.
So that's item 4. How'd I do, Liz?
Summed it up perfectly.
Great, good. And then finally, if a tree needs to be removed because it is deemed a hazard, but we determine that the removal of the tree will cause another healthy tree to become a hazard, which does happen quite a bit, then we would suggest that both trees be removed and that there be mitigation. What happens is tree root systems become intertwined, or branches, limbs become intertwined, and there can be collateral damage caused to adjacent trees from the removal of a particular tree. And those are the items that we're looking to have comment on.
Thank you. Elizabeth, I think you told us, but I don't have it right in front of me. So Bill or Liz, if you know, approximately how many inspections do you do a year? How many sites have you gone to in the last couple of years?
Liz, I'll defer to you on that. And Kristen, forgive me, I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Okay. I'm at a different computer today, so.
Yeah, right in front of me right now, we have about 50 that we have, 55 that we have done. So take that into consideration. It's about 20 a year. This year's picked up a little bit more because they wanted to get in. Usually it's before the frost hits, so they can get their building permit in the foundation.
Mm-hmm.
That's when I usually will see a pickup. So we were a little bit busier this fall.
Yep.
But yeah, about 20.
Okay, thanks. And Elizabeth is sharing her screen now with the details about the number of inches removed and the number of inches planted, and mitigation fees. So I'm sure people on the board. Let me let people on the board ask specific questions first before I had a question about what Elizabeth was just showing.
So Kristen, also, they did, Liz and Bill did have a couple of additional edits to the rules and regulations. I don't know if you want them to go through that now or just have the conversation about the topics first.
Right before we jump into that, let me just make sure everybody on the board, because several people are new since this tree bylaw went into effect. So let me ask if any newer members on the board have any basic questions about the tree bylaw. We have a good frequently asked questions, some pages on the website, but just overall, is everybody familiar with what it applies to, what it doesn't apply to, and kind of the purpose of it?
I have a question about, I wasn't familiar with the portion that relates to removal of hazard trees. Is that what section of the bylaw is that? Or is there a section of the bylaw that requires the removal of hazard trees within the setback?
Yeah, it's 4.2.16.4. So any protected tree that may be exempt from mitigation requirements because it is dead, immediately hazardous, or infested with disease or pest of a permanent nature. But a certified arborist written confirmation must be provided in this case.
Got it. Thank you.
So, Kate, there's no requirement that hazard trees be removed.
Ah,
It's just if somebody wants to remove a tree that has been deemed a hazard, they are not required to mitigate it.
okay. But the suggestion here is that if the removal of that tree impacts another healthy tree, then mitigation of that other tree is required. Is that okay?
Correct.
Got it.
Any other questions from the board about what we've heard so far? And again, what we're going to hear next is potential changes, recommendation.
I do have a couple other questions. And Kristen, you said, I think you also had a question on this point, but can we see the diagram that showed the tree protection area on one property and not the adjacent property again, and talk about that? So I understood the point to be that right now the requirement is to have a tree save area on the subject property, but and there should be a requirement that it extends onto an adjacent property. Am I understanding that?
So currently under the tree preservation bylaw, this tree K right here is the only tree that is technically on this property. And so that is the only tree that needs the protection fencing.
Oh.
So this tree, and this tree are not on that property. So there's no requirement for fencing.
Oh, got it. Okay.
And if I might add, I think what, from our perspective, would include the protection area for the abutting property trees. We could consider the edge, the outer edge of the canopy, the drip line, we call it, of the abutting trees to be where you would want to protect those trees from that point toward the trunk. So I guess a couple of things there. We would have to pass on to the abutting property and measure those trees and include them in the plan, and then identify the tree protect area for those abutters trees as the drip line of the trees as they extend onto the subject property.
So it seems like in that instance that you're mapping out essentially the roots that do in fact exist on the subject property. So while the trunk of the tree doesn't exist, the roots do.
That's correct.
And so it seems like if it's the roots that you're protecting, then
And the canopy.
And the canopy.
And the canopy, right.
So you're not trying to assert jurisdiction over a tree that belongs to another property, but merely the part of the tree that does exist on the subject property.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And sorry, one final one. With the issue of the application going back more than 2 years, you mentioned that was a hardship because it was harder to look back and remember the property. Was there anything else that was a problem in terms of the situation on the property had changed or the trees had changed, and so your inspection was no longer accurate, or is it more just an issue of inconvenience?
Liz, I'll defer to you on that.
Yeah, it's more of an issue of just we haven't been there in a year, and so who knows what has happened with some of those trees. Just a recommendation that it'd be good to maybe go in and check So that necessarily doesn't mean that it would have to be the full $200 fee. Maybe it would just be half of that amount for reapplication, just for us to get back out there, see how things are going, and make sure that there's no issues.
Okay. Thanks. Those are my questions. Thank you.
And
And it can be something as simple as maybe not a reapplication, because the location of the trees and the required fencing isn't going to change. So it could be just a reinspection, a reinspection
Yeah,
process.
that'd be a great idea.
so, yes, why don't you walk us through kind of the next part, and then we'll be able to ask questions about that.
Let me know when I'm getting there, Liz.
I'm not sure if the edits are actually showing up in the pink
No.
that we, because it was in different.
Yeah,
Are the edits underlined? That's the only difference that I noticed. Is some
Oh.
things were underlined.
oh, I didn't catch that. There were some underlines.
No, it was.
I had redlined it, but I don't see the red lines.
Do you have a copy of the red line version, Bill or Liz, that you can share with your screen?
Yeah. If you have it handy, Liz, I'm just searching my local drive. I do have it.
Yeah, I do have it in front of me.
Oh, great.
So we want to share my screen. And then, so it's just some simple stuff like here we have, can everybody see my screen? I'm not looking at the camera right now.
Not yet. Are you able to share? Does it give you an option?
I don't. Oh, yes, here we go. Share screen. Okay.
Now we can see it.
Okay. So some of it's just simple, how to measure a protected tree and planted trees, because not replanted.
Yeah, that was just language.
Yeah. And then just,
There was one.
oh, sorry. Go ahead, Bill.
Yep. Okay. And so we just added that there be a 0.0 added to the measurement because that's how we measure trees, is to the 10th in inches. Okay. Adding application. And again, adding application. And then this language change in the permit issuance in 4.1.2, after the reviewing agent issues the tree permit, you must provide written notice to the reviewing agent confirming that the tree save area has been installed and is consistent with the approved plans. Prior to on-site review, all tree protection measures must be installed and or implemented unless otherwise approved by the town. And we feel that's an important language inclusion, as it prevents follow-up visits if the contractor has not installed the tree save area fencing per the plan. Under 4.2, again, just a language. And then omitting the footnote here. If your plan designated all protected trees for removal, the arborist or landscape architect does not need to be involved. I'm trying to remember the thought there.
There just might be some instances where we might need to double check that.
Say that again, Liz, double check the language or
No, double check the application. That you're saying that there's no protected trees on your property.
Oh, right. Thank you. Okay. Moving on. Right. So any protected trees that should be considered exempt from mitigation requirements because it interferes with existing or town required structures, utilities, streets, sidewalks, or other existing or town required improvements. And the reason that we recommended that language is because we had run into a situation where an applicant was needing to have utility work done provided by the town. So I think it was tapping in for either water or gas or maybe both. And it was discovered that where that was going to enter the property was going to significantly impact the root zone of a tree. So that was the reasoning behind the town required language. And then further on, any protected trees that may be exempt from mitigation requirements because it is dead, imminently hazard, by defects incapable or unreasonable to be mitigated. And really the purpose there is to provide the applicant with some recourse because any tree could be saved unless it's dead or imminently dead. And we thought that it was important to include that so that if, heroic efforts are not exercised to protect or save a particular tree, if it's declining or in a state where it would take a lot of effort and resources to bring it back. Okay, next. And then that red line was just language issuance. And then more language adding application, permit application. Tree save area, indicate the proposed tree save area for all protected trees to be retained. Unless otherwise approved by the town, the tree save area shall be based upon the minimum critical root zone of each protected tree to be retained based on the following forming. And that's a 1 inch, 1 foot per every 1 inch of DBH. 5.1.2, tree protection measures, provide a description of the tree protection measures to be installed. Tree save area fencing shall be of a material, height, and installation, and I have construction question mark there, deemed appropriate by the town based on the anticipated construction activities. What we were finding there is that if someone was having work done on their property and it was not going to affect trees in the tree protect area, installation of less costly snow fencing or something like that, we felt for the contractor and the landowner to be a more reasonable option. And then further, each fenced area shall have attached and spaced not more than 15 feet apart signs reading tree save area, keep out, and then the Spanish language translation of that as well. And I will ask my colleague Liz what her experience has been in seeing those signs. Are they visible? Is that being followed?
Typically, I will see it on each fenced area. So they might be separate, but it might just be one sign, which I've been okay with that as long as it's visible and it's showing, on the outside of the fence. There's been some instances where they've written on paper and it's not really well covered, like it's poster board. So I think maybe saying something that, it needs to be
Weatherproof or something?
Yeah, weatherproof.
Yeah, laminated maybe. And, I feel it's important because it's a visible sign. And I think it encourages questions from people, what's the tree save area? What's the tree protect area? Why are these trees being protected? And I think that just allows people or encourages people to become more invested. Further on then, Liz, in 5.2, tree removal and mitigation via replanting. You must include the following plan elements and submittal requirements for any trees that you propose to plant to mitigate the removal of any protected trees, in addition to the requirements listed above. In this case, the tree table, see Appendix A, must include all new planting proposed as mitigation. And then our addition is tree planting and or transplanting should adhere to the most recent, to the most current ANSI A300 Part 6 standards. And that's just echoing what we had included in one of our comments. I forget what number that one was. But that is just to maintain consistency there between the bylaw and the rules and regs.
Yeah, and helps prevent, because I've had some instances where the trees have been planted too deep, and I've told the contractor, you know, you really should replant these and make sure that you can see the root flare, and guaranteeing that the tree will survive.
Moving on. Maintenance requirements. All new trees planted to satisfy mitigation requirements must be maintained in good health for a period of no less than 24 months from the date of tree permit final inspection. Periods of unusual weather, including drought, shall not relieve this obligation. Disclosure of this obligation shall be included with property transfer. So that's putting on notice and included in the transfer of the property to the new owner, the fact that this warranty period is in place, and they are now responsible for those trees for 24 months from the date of final inspection.
And as part of your review, do you go back out periodically during those 2 years afterwards?
No, it's an honor system where applicants are they are following through with this at their word, I guess, is the best way to describe it. So there's no enforcement follow-up.
And if I'm nearby and it's in an area and the trees are in the front yard, then I can easily check them. But in some cases, the trees are planted in the backyard behind a fence. I can't go into somebody else's property without permission.
Next, Liz. That was it.
I think that was it. All right, I can stop sharing my screen.
Well, you can leave it. We might have specific questions. We might have you go to it. That's right. I guess in general, we get a lot of feedback on the planning board about the impact that different construction projects are having on trees, mature trees, and things like that. And we know that this tree preservation bylaw is specific to what it protects. But are you finding that, how well do you think contractors are making effort to, follow this bylaw? I was glad to hear you say they're actually coming to you now and asking, versus just doing stuff and then, incorporating the cost of the paying the mitigation fee instead of saving trees.
Well, I'll just comment initially and then turn it over to Liz because she has more on-site experience. The calls that I receive from contractors are usually very good. They want an explanation of what it is they could be doing to satisfy the bylaw. If they have questions about particular trees or replanting. And I always encourage people to call me, and the meter isn't running when they're calling me. I'm just offering the advice, and so I would say, from my perspective, the experience has been positive and trending in the right direction as well. Liz, your thoughts?
Yeah, I have to agree with Bill. And sometimes there's been some confusion where a contractor doesn't really know where they need to put the appropriate tree protection fencing. And I'm happy to meet with them. If I'm already in Concord, I can just swing by and say, like, this is where I recommend you put the tree protection fencing. Actually, it looks like this species here is invasive, or it's not in great shape. So you might want to consider removing those trees. Unless it's a really healthy Norway maple, then I'm usually like, you might want to consider protecting that tree. And then there's been some cases where I've seen the same contractor, and the first time the planting, they weren't doing really well. And then the second time I came back, they were perfect. So there's definitely some growth and learning that they've had with this bylaw.
Thanks. Other questions from the board?
I don't have any questions. I just wanted to say I think the comments you've added are very helpful.
Thank you.
I mean, I had another question about, looking at the applications to date with, a certain number of inches removed and about half of those inches planted, and then dollars in mitigation fees. For years, for actually both years, it looks like we're seeing an increasing trend of inches of trees removed, but a consistent about half of those inches are planted. So is that still, when you see that number, it's like, wow, we're losing trees. Is that still consistent with our goal and positive? Just because there's a larger story to, why some of those inches are removed.
Yeah, I mean, you're definitely obviously going to be losing tree canopy, but then you're gaining more trees down the road, and it's going to take time to fill in that canopy. But I think it is a pretty good, not to say teeth, but saying that you need to at least replace half of what you take down. And it's not going to get there quickly, but if it's properly taken care of, which is why we want to ensure that they're planted properly, that they're going to grow up to be beautiful, mature trees. If that answers your question.
I just wanted to know if that was concerning, that, or if that is to be expected, that about half of the inches would be planted.
That's the requirement of the bylaw, Kristen.
Oh, it's just, okay.
It's not one for one.
Right. Okay, so we're seeing that plus the dollars in mitigation fees. And I guess my question is that enough to sustain, and grow over time and replace over time what's gone?
It's a great question. I think how I would answer that is to say that the replanting being half of the size in caliper inches being planted, those trees are going to grow quickly. So a smaller tree, a 1.5 inch tree over 1 year will grow much more quickly than say a 4 or a 5 inch tree over that same 1 year period. So they're reaching maturity, you're gaining more canopy. You're also diversifying your species. You're typically planting trees better suited to an environment that are healthier. So I feel that the trend is positive.
And so for the planning board, I think what we would be entertaining is, Elizabeth, correct me if I'm wrong, proposing the changes to this bylaw. We can review it more, in subsequent meeting, but we would consider taking these changes and bringing them before town meeting.
So the changes to the bylaw would require a vote of town meeting. The changes to the rules and regulations require a public hearing a notice public hearing with the planning board.
Okay. And so are we looking at both of those things?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So that's kind of what we need to be considering, planning board members, and so we'll want to make sure that we more thoroughly look at those changes and make sure that the wording is is clear and these changes and where we understand, you know, the proposed changes for all of this. If there are no other questions from the board right now, and you're certainly welcome to ask, I'm happy to open it up to the public to kind of hear their questions as well. I know there's been a few. And so if you are on the line tonight, you will, I believe you will raise your hand, and then we will see your hand up and promote you to be able to talk. So when I call your name, we will ask you to state your name and address for the record. Oh, where did the person go? All right, so I see Lucy Rossborough. And that's the only.
Rich Harrington was the first
Okay,
one.
Rich Harrington. You want to go first?
I'm all set.
Okay. Lucy Rossborough. Again. I don't see where she went.
There she is.
Can you hear us now?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, thank you. This is Lucy and Brian Rossborough, both responding to an interesting planning board meeting. My questions are, how are we defining the Concord canopy by number of trees, number of acreage, or number of species of trees, number one? And number two, do we have a net no loss policy of canopy in Concord and a budget to match? I understand that new trees are budgeted at $1,450 by Concord.
So to your first question, the tree preservation bylaw does not deal with an overall tree canopy for the town. It is strictly a bylaw that deals with the removal of trees that stem from development of private property. And to your second question, the tree bylaw also does not deal with a no net loss of tree canopy. The tree bylaw, if somebody is removing a tree or if a tree will be damaged by private property construction to the point where it does not survive, they are required to mitigate it. For each inch of diameter, they are required to mitigate that with half an inch of new trees. The figure of $1,450, I don't know where that comes from, but this is only dealing with private property. And if somebody has to mitigate tree removal and plant 10 trees, it's, you know, they would be obligated, they were required to go to whatever nursery they go to and have those trees planted. So I'm not sure what the figure that you're referring to is.
Do you mean the payment in lieu of planting trees?
Well, apparently I see trees as trees, and I think the bylaw and this hearing talks about public trees versus private trees. The number $1,450 was given to me by the Concord Public Works that are responsible for replacing trees removed.
So those are only public shade trees. So those are trees that are only within a public road right of way. And those are, Concord Public Works is the department that's in charge of maintenance, planting, replanting of public shade trees. And that may be the cost for Public Works to replace or plant a new public shade tree. But the tree preservation bylaw only deals with trees on private property that are impacted by construction.
Does the planning board have an interest in protecting what are called significant trees, those over a certain diameter, 8 inches to 12 inches, as many other towns have done on both public and private property?
That's a good question. For tonight's discussion, we were trying to limit it to the tree preservation bylaw, which is pretty specific in its intent. And, Elizabeth, help me explain the planning board's role in that kind of tree protection.
So I'm not aware of any current project or effort in the community to have a significant tree or historic tree inventory or protection policy. That was not part of the discussion or scope of the tree preservation bylaw. The tree preservation bylaw was specifically came from the tree preservation subcommittee to deal with the impact of lots being clear cut for development, whether it was a tear down or a new house. And it did not focus on that element of significant trees, or some communities call them heritage trees. It did not deal with that. And I'm not aware of there being any program or budget to do that type of inventory that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you. So tonight's discussion is strictly related to the bylaw, and I have one other question. I think some testimony earlier suggested that there was weak or no enforcement provision in the current bylaw. What is the planning board's plan to strengthen the enforcement of the bylaw that we now live under?
Did you mean, I guess that's not exactly what I heard. Do you mean when I asked the question about what happens after a couple of years afterwards?
Yeah, in other words, the town has a wonderful bylaw and it's on record to protect its canopy, but it has not written a bylaw with any enforcement provisions. So people could ignore the bylaw and the intent of the town to protect its canopy, and there's no way the town would either know, record it, or correct it.
And that is why I was asking about kind of the general trend of what we're seeing from the contractors. Were contractors ignoring this and just, paying money afterwards? And I'm heartened to hear that that's not the case, and that in fact, the contractors sounds like they really are trying to do what they can to follow the bylaw. I believe enforcement is up to the building department. But again, it has to be, they have the bylaw to go to, and I have a feeling it's a matter of resources as well. So I think what Davy Tree has been doing consistently, and what we can continue to do, is education to continue to help inform, the residents as well as the contractors, and hope that leads to the less need for enforcement and more that people are following. But let me open it up to, Bill, Elizabeth, or Liz, if in what you've seen can speak to anything about ways that if we do make some changes, that it could help to strengthen the goal of the bylaw.
So what I can tell you, there's only been one actual enforcement action in the 2 years, the active 2 years of the tree preservation bylaw. There have been a couple of developers where during their construction project, a tree that should have been protected and adequately protected and saved, there was impact, and that developer proceeded to mitigate that impact. But there's only been one actual enforcement. As far as the level of enforcement, the tree preservation bylaw does have an enforcement provision in it, and also has the ability for the building commissioner to enact daily fines if somebody does not follow through with their required enforcement action. But again, it does get to this bylaw is, I'm going to say, somewhat of an unfunded mandate. There was no additional staff allocated when this bylaw was adopted. There's no additional hours of town staff. Liz and Bill from Davy Tree, their time as the reviewing agents is solely covered by the $200 application fee. If there is a violation that somebody calls in and states there's a violation, it's up to the building commissioner would go out. He would also contact Liz and Bill, and they would provide, their input. That's an additional time and resources that comes out of the planning division budget in some manner. We find ways to pay them, whether right now we're not spending as much money on copying paper. So, but again, there is no line item budget for the tree preservation bylaw. So, current town staff and the building commissioner would be the one that would take any enforcement action, and with the input from Bill and Liz. But as I said, currently there's only been one actual enforcement order under the bylaw.
Thank you.
Would the planning board comment as to whether there should be accountability of any kind other than trust the good judgment of contractors and developers about the removal and planting of trees?
Well, there is an established process. The application is submitted. It is reviewed. It is reviewed by myself. Then it goes to Liz and Bill for their review. They meet with the contractor out at the site. They review the tree protection fencing. The contractor is then authorized through the building permit sign-off process that it's okay for the building permit to be issued. Prior to a certificate of occupancy, Liz or Bill go back out to the site and review the trees that were required to be protected and do an assessment, and also review the mitigation planting that's required. So I'm not sure which process you feel is not being adequately covered.
No, I'm just trying to get some clarification on accountability, but I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I see, I'll see, let's take two more questions. I see Ellen Quackenbush, and then we'll hear from Karen Smith, and then we'll move on to our next item. And Ellen, you should be able to unmute yourself, and then we should be able to hear you. And please state your name and address for the record.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, lovely. Thank you so much, committee, for hearing my voice. I wanted to add to what the Rosenboroughs were saying. It seems to me that I get that the tree bylaw is restricted, but it seems like in view of the many of the other vision focuses of the town, it seems sadly restrictive. The Concord Conservation Committee that is looking for reducing I don't know, greenhouse gases, and the Concord Municipal Light Plant that's doing the same. I'm sorry, I'm probably missing a bit of metaphors here, but at least when I looked at the Tree Keeper software, I saw that every single tree was worth at least $100 per year, not, over per year. Think about how many years a tree lives. And I just wonder if we're really being, and as we christen, I get that this is a bylaw and it's like restrictive, but I just don't think that it really serves the overall needs of our town as a town that really cares about conservation, about climate change. And it just seems to me that we are really being blindsided by reducing the tree canopy, which is essential in terms of assuring carbon sequestration and many of the other goals that we, as I think, like at least myself as a climate advocate, would wish that we would do. So I know that maybe this is not the domain of the tree bylaw, but I would just urge the board to collaborate with other town committees to make the bylaw more impactful for the issues that our town, I think, cares about.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Karen Smith, please.
Hi, it's Jonathan Smith, Upland Road in Concord. I just, oh, okay.
There you are. We can hear you and see you.
Okay, all right. I was getting all these pop-up windows and I just want to make sure. All right, this is Jonathan Smith from Upland Road in Concord. The tree preservation bylaw has been one of my top issues and my wife's top issues here in town. And we pursued this enthusiastically pre-pandemic to the point where we had filed 6 formal complaints on builders throughout Concord on various properties about the lack of action on their part to protect trees. No fencing, inadequate fencing, and also intentionally lying on the affidavit. And we brought this up at a, I can't remember if it was zoning board or planning board meeting. Elizabeth Hughes may remember this because I know she was there and we were addressing this issue with her on that. So basically, you know, I've been at this meeting tonight listening to all this wonderful stuff about the bylaw, and I just keep wringing my hands in frustration because in those 6 different formal complaints that we made, not one, well, I guess I should say kind of a half of one was addressed out of 6. There were 0 changes in the fencing around trees. And there were a sign on the fencing that indicates that they're protected. I don't think those signs exist. I've never once seen a sign ever in Concord on any tree or the fencing around it. The fencing is never the proposed metal fencing. It's always this flimsy plastic stuff that's usually about a couple of inches away from the tree. And oftentimes we've seen heavy equipment parked right next to trees. And we have reported on this several times. And we have never seen any action except for one house that's over near the corner of our house. And even then, it was the fencing that they put up was inadequate. And we followed up on that and reported that and nothing was done. So I'm hearing all of the litany of processes that are in place. And in a way, I kind of want to support the Ross boroughs and what they're saying in enforcement. There is no such thing as enforcement right now. And Elizabeth Hughes talks about there's no money for the enforcement. But my question is to the board, when have you brought this up that there's no funding? And how are you bringing this up? And how are you pleading for more funding so that you could put some teeth behind this bylaw? Because right now I'm not seeing anything being done to protect the trees. And sorry, I'm just speaking from my experience on the formal complaints that I have filed. And I don't know if any citizen has filed 6 formal complaints on properties. So anyway, that's my take on this whole thing, because right now the whole bylaw thing seems like theater.
Well, thank you. And I know that you and the Ross boroughs and many people in town do speak for the trees. And we do appreciate that because, as you mentioned, it's really, you know, what Concord is about and what we're trying to move towards. To your question about, you know, have we requested other funding for it? I remember kind of one initial conversation with the building commissioner, and really it's just a matter of, you know, being able to, it's resources and being able to do everything we need to do and prioritize. That being said, the bylaw didn't, you know, I think we're moving in the right direction, and I think we're going to continue to do that is our hope. And so if it involves iterations to the bylaw, we want and the rules and regulations, we want to capture those changes to strengthen it and to really support our goal. And I think we also have to, pay really close attention to, we're talking about protecting trees in a small area of the private property, for certain specific cases. And so in many cases, we might be seeing tree removal on private property that is not subject to the bylaw, but it still generates that same loss of tree and tree canopy, and still generates that same frustration for all of us who want to continue to see strong and healthy trees and canopy. So I guess, Mr. Smith, I would say that my hope is that as the planning board continues to work towards the goals of the long range plans, we will, not necessarily be able to make sweeping changes, but hopefully continue to iterate and strengthen, what we have, include things that we didn't have before, and work with other town departments to identify and prioritize, how we can move towards these goals in a more substantial way.
Thank you.
Well, thank you to everybody that has participated on the call so far. And we know we get a lot of comments about tree protection and in all of the projects we do. So we know it's a very important issue to everybody. What I believe will happen is Elizabeth I would say for the board, we can kind of look at those changes. It would be helpful to get that marked up version again, so we can see the proposed changes. Are there any other questions from the board tonight while we have Liz and Bill on the phone? Oh, yes, Kate. Unmute.
As a follow-up to those questions about enforcement, how would we go about assessing options for enforcement? Maybe that would be a first step into figuring out how, who would actually enforce it? What would they do to enforce it? Could they issue a citation? How many hours would that take? And how would we go about making that request? So I guess, what would be a next first step in terms of exploring options for moving the ball forward on enforcement?
So currently the bylaw does have an enforcement section, and it resides with the building commissioner. So how that can be changed, that's something I would have to look into, and definitely not something I can answer right now.
Right. But maybe, yeah, can you look into that? And maybe it's a conversation with town manager, just to say,
Well,
how can we change this?
So in enforcement under state law, it's not just as simple as just changing the bylaw and saying somebody can do this. So, me as town planner, I cannot go out and assess fines. There's certain parameters that towns have to work under. So that's what, and that was part of the struggle when the bylaw was first being drafted. So it's something that I can look into again. But that's sadly my answer at this point.
Well, so there's seemed to be an understanding that it was a limitation on budget. Is that true? Could that be fixed by getting budget for it? Is that not right?
Possibly, it could be improved. Yes.
Okay.
And I can tell you the bylaw would have to be changed because the enforcement is not going to come from the building commissioner.
Okay.
And it wouldn't even come from me. I'm not an arborist. He is not an arborist. So there would have to be some mechanism, and I'm not sure if that's, how that legally works, whether we could, for example, if the town was able to have the reviewing agent be able to go out and do enforcement, they probably can do enforcement, but I don't think that they would be able to, assess daily fines or actually issue the enforcement order. So that's what needs to be looked into.
Okay.
And again, that would come down to having some type of budget.
Okay.
Good. Other questions?
No question, but I was, yeah, just gonna raise the exact same thing that Kate just did. So I think we're on the same page. I wasn't around, obviously, when this went into effect, but it sounds like it was determined that we couldn't put some sort of, monetary fine in there easily to say like per citation or something like that.
Well,
There is.
Oh, but that's still not a deterrent enough, it sounds like, or it didn't.
Well, I can't speak to, what the 6 formal complaints were. That it's not something that I can recall off the top of my head at this point in time. So, whether it was early in the, the bylaw and, this has been in process for 2 years, and that's why it's coming back to the board. It evolves, and how applications were taken in, how they're reviewed, how they're inspected, how they're enforced. That is all something that evolves when you have this type of new bylaw where it's brand new and nobody knows how it's, how they should do it, what's the best way to do it, and how you go about making it the best. So that's why we're having this discussion, and hopefully we can move forward and during this process refine things so that they work better. And that's what I'm expecting is going to happen with this discussion.
So can we plan to take this up again as the board in January in preparation for moving to finalize what we would put on the town warrant for any proposals for changes to the bylaw? And then do we need to think about scheduling a public hearing? Because that's when we could kind of get more into these topics, I imagine, and hear more from the public. And also do more education.
Yes, how the timing works. Yes, in January, I'll provide the board with a draft warrant article for amendments to the bylaw. At the same time, you can review the proposed changes to the rules and regs, and what would probably happen is I would have to check at whether it is possible for the planning board to have a public hearing. I don't want to say a public hearing within a public hearing, but when you have the public hearing for the warrant articles, you may be able to have a public hearing before that starts on the rules and regulations, so that there's a consistency in the conversations, and people only have to come out once. Or we put the warrant article at the end of your public hearing for town meeting, and then immediately follow that, have a public hearing on the rules and regs, so that there can be a consistent flow in the conversation.
Okay.
That's probably what I would recommend.
Okay. All right. So Elizabeth has that kind of on our future radar, and planning board members, we will have to carefully review those proposed changes with keeping in mind the comments that we've heard tonight and the questions that you've had, and see if these changes are enough, or if there's other information that we need to have if we would propose different changes. But for now, I think we will thank Liz and Bill. Thanks very much for what you've been doing for the last couple of years. It does sound like we're moving in the right direction, thanks to kind of the education that you've been doing. And so we really appreciate it. And I believe that you will continue to be reviewing agents. Is that correct? Is that unchanged? Excellent. All right. Well, let's hope to see that positive trend, and any changes that we make, we'll, I'm sure, be checking back with you in another couple of years so we can make sure we're going the right way. With that, at 8:10, I will move to our next agenda item. It's nice to see Chris back again from MAPC. Chris is talking to us about, Chris continues to make progress, even though, we don't give him much to work on. But thank you for keeping the ball moving forward. Again, what Chris is going to talk to us about for the Thoreau Business District redevelopment project. you've got some specific things you're going to talk about. This would not be for town meeting in June this year, so we need to keep that in mind. We are still kind of thinking about this in the longer term. We would still likely, you know, even though we're going to have public comment after the board's questions, Elizabeth, would you see us having another public hearing or something in the as we get further down the road with this? I'm just thinking about how the public can know what their opportunities are in 2021 to comment about this.
I think, and Chris can correct me if I'm wrong, you're going to have a couple, probably 2 more working sessions on different items. And then there will be a, you know, cohesive, you know, one package. And I think at that time is when Chris and I will start working to have another public forum and maybe 2 public forums because of the, you know, the meatiness and breadth of, you know, what this proposal entails. So I'm sure you know, can talk about next steps. But you know, at this point, we're now, you know, 45 minutes behind. So
that's okay. I just wanted to make sure the public knows that this is not their last opportunity.
Oh, definitely
Right.
not the last.
So we're gonna kind of hear from Chris. We'll give him our questions and direction to go from there. But this is not the end of this discussion. So take it away, Chris.
Okay, hi everybody. Hope everybody had a good Thanksgiving. I am going to share my screen and just get right into it. Okay, so I assume everybody can see my screen right now.
Yes.
Okay, so I think I'll try to keep this fairly brief because I know things are running a little bit behind. So I'll give a brief presentation and then open it up to feedback as we sort of continue moving with this. The idea, just to sort of build on what your question was tonight, I wanted to continue talking specifically about the use of the definition or the provisions related to the combined business residence use, because that is your mixed use, and I think it's really critical that we get that right as we try to realize a future sort of revitalized village around Thoreau Depot. And then we'll talk about the dimensional standards and design regulations. The idea moving forward that we had previously talked about was that I would come back at a future meeting to focus on parking, as well as sort of whatever else is kind of lingering that we haven't had a chance to discuss or need to come back to. And then have more of a kind of a cohesive public forum, which, as Elizabeth said, we could split into 2 forums. And even that would be separate, I think, from the sort of official public hearing. So there will be plenty of opportunities to continue to provide feedback. So I think what I'll do is let's start talking about the combined business residence, and then I'll pause before going on to the dimensional standards, if that makes sense to the board. We spoke about this last time. There were 3 aspects to this use that I was recommending that we want to kind of take a look at and potentially make some changes to. So the existing provisions, and I should just also mention that these changes would only apply to the Thoreau Depot district, and so it wouldn't apply to the combined business residence provisions that you have in the rest of the town. One of them is that, you know, right now it allows mixed use in the sense of mixed use buildings, kind of vertical mixed use, and the recommendation would be to sort of add a little bit of flexibility, and so that if you have a deep parcel, you can allow a mix of uses where some buildings are single-use buildings, but as long as along the frontage of the roadway, which is where you really want that active sort of streetscape, that's where you want to ensure that we have the ground floor retail, as opposed to in the interior of the parcel where maybe we don't care as much. I haven't heard anything to this point from the board sort of against this idea. So I think this would be a good opportunity if anyone has some concerns to you know, let me know that so we can kind of proceed accordingly. A second aspect that we talked about, I'm just going to go to the third one first, is related to open space. Right now, it requires twice the gross floor area of the residential portion of a building is what is required in this business residence combined mixed use. And that's quite a lot. I think that could actually be really detrimental, although it can be reduced by special permit. My recommendation would be to have something that's a little bit more in line with other sort of downtown village-like bylaws that I've seen. And what I have seen is 15% tends to seem like seems like a pretty typical amount if there's residences. If there's a commercial only building, the recommendation would be that there is no open space that's required. And along with that though, have some provisions so that the open space is the type of open space that we want. So it's not going to be sort of, buffers or medians. It actually has to be usable open space. And also still, again, because there are some parcels where even 15% might be difficult to achieve, that the board would have some discretion that could be lowered if some offsite improvements are made related to open space. And then the final one, which did generate a bit of conversation at the last time, has to do with the amount of affordability that is required. Bless you. As I keep kind of reiterating, MAPC, we're big supporters, very strong supporters of requiring affordable housing. But the fear is that what it is at right now is quite, it could make projects not feasible, financially speaking, which require, for any projects of 4 or more units, 20% have to be affordable. So we had some conversation. I had kind of put in a first sort of pass at a recommendation. I think one of the recommendations that came through was, what about doing something like a sort of a sliding scale, which was I think a very good idea. So I had some detailed conversations with my colleagues in the housing department who really do this for a living. My colleague's very first reaction was that requiring 20% at such a low number of units is almost would make a project impossible. She asked if any projects have gone in, and my understanding is that there have been no projects built under this provision. Even what I was thinking at, requiring 20% affordable once you hit 10 units, she thought even that would be extremely difficult for most developers to actually make a project feasible. She also thought that the recommendation of I had also thought recommended bumping up from 4 to 5 units where it starts. Even that, she said, was much lower than really every other community in our region that normally start at least 8 and often 10 units. So her recommendation for this area would be to set it at 15% requirement of affordable units, and that starts at projects of 8 or more units. The idea of doing something where you kind of set a scale and where there's a payment of lieu option, her recommendation, or she said that that can be a very good solution. However, getting sort of the amounts right takes a lot of work and is quite expensive in terms of the effort that would require. It really makes sense only if you're doing a town-wide inclusionary zoning. And so I just want to sort of bring us back to the fact that Thoreau Depot it's a very small area. I forget off the top of my head, but I think we're under 20 acres of land. And so that type of effort really probably wouldn't really be worth it, even if we had all the time and money in the world to do that analysis. So the recommendation, like I said, is obviously subject to whatever feedback I get, but our recommendation for now would be to set it at 15% for projects of 8 or more units. So I think it might, before going on to the dimensional standards, it might make sense to stop here and get some feedback. Unless you want me to go on, I'm happy to do so.
Let's open it up. Questions from the board.
Chris, it's Burton Flint. So that 15% number at 8 units, I'm just trying to do the math quickly in my head. Is that if you're going from 7 to 8, essentially you're building an affordable unit? and so there's no incentive to go from 7 to 8, right?
Yeah.
How do the, I mean, it would be really interesting to see sort of a graph of these two intersecting lines that you get to. At what point, if you go with 15 at 8 units, are you really talking about you're only going to get projects that have 15 or more units where somebody's going to find it's worthwhile to make a contribution? I mean, have you sort of looked at those numbers? Is there something behind this middle point between the 5 to 10 units and the 10 plus units?
Yeah, so the 5 to 10 units, and so the bottom, what you're looking at on the screen, that was kind of the previous iteration of this, that where I was trying to kind of strike a middle ground. The recommendation though was that if you do below kind of 8 units, so doing 5, 6, 7, it's basically not done for most communities in our region, and those projects really wouldn't contain any affordable units, or maybe wouldn't even be built if they were required to. You're absolutely right that if you could build an 8 project unit, you might only end up doing 7 units instead, rather than building that 8th unit, because that 8th one then would have to be affordable and would cost you money. That's really going to be the case no matter where you set the number. So it's, you know, if you can build 9 units, then that probably would be worth it, I would guess. So I haven't done, you know, a deeper level of analysis. I'm happy to do something more that would help you figure out kind of what that is within, you know, this kind of limited budget that we have to do this analysis. I think a lot of this is just based upon the precedent of what we're seeing done in other communities.
I think it's also helpful to think about the massing that we're talking about in this district. My quick math is what 15% of 8 is 1.2 units. So I guess that gets you to 2 units. So you're not going to go above 7 until you get to 10, right? Because you're not going to build 8 because that's an affordable unit. You're not going to build 9. That's an affordable unit. It doesn't start to pay back off for you going larger until you get above 10. So I think that, I mean, this may be the number you go with, but we're looking at whether you get a project that's 7 units or smaller, or a project that's at least 10 units and bigger. I think is what you create a donut hole, right? So I'm wondering, in terms of the massing we've looked at for potential buildings in this area, maybe we're getting thrown off because, in fact, we're more likely to see 30-unit buildings go in there. You know, looking at some of those development that would be back away from the street. Or I'm just wondering how this number would sort of play out based upon the geography and the massing.
Yeah, okay, I understand. So one thing, I guess it depends, I guess, if we are saying that a number rounds always up, or if it rounds to the closest whole number. And that would matter, because if you did 15% of 9 units, that's 1.35. So if you're rounding down, that's 1 unit. So that's actually better. That actually then you get one extra market rate unit, but you're still only doing one for one affordable unit. That actually could pencil out. That might be worth your while then, as opposed to doing, if you can only do 8, it wouldn't. Maybe what I could do then for before the next time, I can send this to Elizabeth, is I can take a few kind of sample parcels and just based on just upon the numbers, run some numbers of what potentially could be built. And just show what that would happen at some of these different affordable levels, if that's helpful.
I think it would be. I mean, I think we're going in the right direction. And not that the direction should be, you know, have this requirement apply to fewer and fewer projects, but enabling this kind of dense development. You know, it's not going to happen when you have a 4-unit threshold, as you've made clear tonight. But I think it would be really helpful to see how this kind of limit, we could project how it would play out in this particular project. You know, will this result in a handful of smaller units that the requirement doesn't apply, and, you know, a big building, which was sort of part of your, to which it would apply, which would be great. How would it shape the massing we would see in this district?
Okay, that's helpful. I will send that, and I'll do that and send that over to you.
Other questions for Chris before he goes on?
One question on the open space. Is there thought to that being, I mean, utilizing roof space or outdoor deck space counting towards open space if it's publicly accessible?
Yeah, it certainly can be. It's obviously up to the town's discretion. Often what I've seen is it's sort of a percent up to a maximum percentage. So up to 25% of the open space requirement could be achieved at roof space.
Okay.
So we could put that, something like that.
Okay.
Okay. Why don't you continue on if you would? Please.
Okay. Okay, so now we can move into starting the dimensional requirements. They're very closely tied in a lot of ways, I'd say, with the design guidelines. So I think maybe what I would start doing is just kind of speaking about everything together. But if people want me to kind of stop at the dimensional before I get to the design, I'm happy to do so, of course. I think, in terms of the dimensional requirements, just overall, we're not looking for any sort of major drastic changes from what is sort of you find within the town today. We're not looking at skyscrapers, anything particularly tall. A couple things, I guess, to note that we've talked about this before. The character of the roadway along Sudbury is different from Thoreau and some of the other little side streets, and so it makes, I think, a lot of sense to have a front setback along Sudbury that could be different from the other streets. And we did that, we structured that by defining a different setback for a primary street, which in this case would be Sudbury Road, versus a secondary street. So a primary street would have at a minimum front setback of 12 feet with a maximum of 20 feet. Whereas the other streets could have a 0-foot front setback, and that's really keeping in the character of what you see today. But we also do allow the potential for a modest front yard setback, which would be used for things like an outdoor seating if somebody was building a restaurant or cafe. Sorry, going the wrong way. Where we tried not to make changes, where changes really I felt like were not necessary. So those are really the we've also changed the side setback, that you have to have a side yard setback of 10 feet, but if it's a common building touching each other the way they are today in some of the areas, it could be 0 feet, so that we're not changing the character of the things that we actually like. And then, as you can see, I changed the open space to 15%. And for here, and then in this next slide that I'm showing, where we have some of these requirements, we will be then referring to the design guidelines for the details on how to sort of implement some of these things. Building height, we had discussed this, that it's a slight change from 35 feet to 38 feet. And these are with sloping roofs, and this was to help achieve really it was modeled after some of the buildings that people liked in the from the visual preference survey. So it's really a slight change, and I think it's important to note that 38 feet is with a sloped roof, so you're not getting like a big massive building. It still feels like a 2.5 type story building. We also put in then some requirements that kind of go beyond what's maybe more traditional, where we're specifying for the ground floor how tall that first floor should be, the fact that there needs to be a certain level of glazing, meaning windows on the ground floor, and what the details are and how you calculate that, again, would be referred to in the design guidelines. As well as building length, because having extremely long buildings, even if they're sort of articulated well, I think it just wouldn't be in keeping with kind of the feel of a small town, especially in a small area like Thoreau Depot, and as well as some of the buildings having vertical modulation elements, which again are all things that then are going to be in the design guidelines. Originally, in the very first iteration that we did of this bylaw, all of these design elements were kind of within the bylaw itself. some of the feedback that we got from one of the planning board members was that it makes more sense, at least in his mind, to have taken that out and put that into a separate document that would be design guidelines. There's pros and cons, and we've talked, I think, a little bit about this, whether it's in the bylaw versus if it's a separate document. But just a couple of the benefits, it does increase the flexibility of what we include. So, for example, there was a question that I had in one of the earlier iterations related to these sort of horizontal articulation elements. And he questioned, well, how do I know whether this meets the letter of the bylaw? And because if these are in guidelines, there's more flexibility in terms of that interpretation. They also don't have to go to town meeting, which is helpful because this way, you know, as you can make changes, you can be more nimble to making changes as they need to be made for updates and modifications. So I sent a document to Elizabeth, which I think she's forwarded to you all. So I won't go through this whole document now, but I'll just kind of talk maybe conceptually about it. What I did was I took the pieces from the that were in that first iteration of the bylaw, and then so I put it into this kind of first draft of a guidelines document. The way it's set up is, you know, the introduction sort of, you know, obviously tells about how this should be used, and it refers applicants and people who are thinking of developing to then kind of go back to the vision plan that was completed, that, you know, not so long ago. That was sort of the first part of this project, and so people are advised to look at that so they have kind of a holistic view of sort of what the town and the community has said that they're kind of looking for their vision. And then I've reproduced the actual vision statement and the principles, because I think it does help set up for these design guidelines for people to kind of understand sort of where the town is coming from. And then the site design guidelines, I took some of the diagram models from the vision plan and kind of brought them over and made some, you know, sort of changes to the diagrams to kind of talk about basically the way that the buildings sort of are sited on a lot and what their relationship is to the public realm. The building design guidelines section, those are pulling most directly from what was in the bylaw. And then the final three sections are sort of that expanded, because we are not including these in the bylaw, but since they are separate design guidelines, somebody had mentioned, you know, do we have the opportunity now to provide some more details about developments and what the expectations are? And so I've included that. I think these sections, as they relate to signage, landscape design, street design, they're a little bit more general than the first two sections. You know, they're sort of pulled from different sources. Obviously, we didn't have the original scope didn't have the budget to put together a full design guidelines. So I think this is still a really, I'm hoping a good sort of base to work from as it relates to the kind of design products. But maybe I'm just going to scroll very quickly just to highlight a few maybe things, just so, especially if people can see. So this would be one example where we describe now what building orientation is. So this was often written in a bylaw in text. This just helps to sort of show visually a little bit more what we mean by building orientation and how it's intended to sort of define the edges of the streets and create that sort of walkable district that I think the community seems to want for this area. As it relates to building, one of the things we talked about was where it could be appropriate to have some greater height if you have a very deep lot, as long as you're not near residential, as long as a taller building is effectively shielded from the public right of way. So this this was something, again, that was taken from what was in the first draft of the bylaw, and the language was just brought over into these design guidelines. So I'll pause. Like I said, I don't want to go through every single point of these design guidelines right now, but I'm happy to take feedback either now or written feedback later as people would like.
Thanks, Chris. I think that what you've put together is going to be really helpful for, you know, the public to review and for us to review as well. You're still sharing your screen, so.
Oh, sorry.
That's right. So, I mean, we're getting a lot of questions from the public about, you know, height and things like that. And so I think some of the things that you have shown and distance from the street and, you know, distance from residential neighborhoods, I think that's going to be very useful for kind of the next part of the discussion. Let me open it up to members of the planning board for questions, specific questions that you have for Chris.
Can I, it's not a very well defined question, but as we are contemplating these changes, there's a question that comes up in terms of the impacts of increasing the population, increasing the density of development here. So can you recommend ways as we go into our next big public forum to help folks understand what the impact will be on traffic? So sort of how to balance the desire for additional housing with concerns about changing the nature of the neighborhood, including traffic impacts and other undesirable impacts.
And
Yeah.
Chris, you're going to give a really specific answer, and that's great. And one of the things that was really good when I came on board was we had a presentation about smart growth, and it really opened my eyes to say that, you know, increased density of units does not necessarily translate to increased population, nor based on where this location is, does it translate to increased car usage. So that was very helpful for me to think about in terms of what we mean by density. But Chris,
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely right. I mean, the question you're raising, Kate, is exactly the question that always comes up in these projects. So it's, you know, obviously good that we're raising it now. You know, the impacts that sort of tend to come up, one has to do with the impact on the schools. You know, MAPC has done a lot of research related to this. And really everything that we have seen is that, you know, this type of housing, it really generally does not increase very much at all the number of students that enter the school system. You know, the type of people that tend to live in this type of housing tends to be sort of younger professionals, pre-kids, as well as empty nesters who want to still remain in their community. And are looking to downsize. And so that's usually, you know, it's not to say that there are no families that are coming in here. They of course have every right to, but it tends to be fairly minimal. In terms of traffic, you know, again, that's something that, you know, when you look at this location, and, you know, not everybody certainly, but a lot of the people who are going to be attracted to living in this type of environment are people who are attracted because the commuter rail is at their doorstep. It's about a 4-minute walk away or 5 minutes or less. And a lot of those people are going to end up taking the train to work. A lot of those people are going to be able to walk to Crosby Market and do some of their grocery shopping, so there won't be the cars on the street. Of course, if they're bringing their kids to soccer practice or things like that, of course, there's going to be a little bit more people driving, but that'll end up being diffused. You know, one of the things that I think is a little bit of a maybe a misunderstanding of trip generation is people think that it's housing that causes the greatest number of trips, but when you look at all of the traffic engineering manuals, it's actually commercial development that drives trips. You already have the commercial development there today. It's not really going to probably dramatically increase because it's essentially that ground floor that's essentially filled in. And so the residents, again, like I said, I'm not saying that there won't be anybody more trips, but it's not going to be that high, I think. And so I think that's just one of the things we need to sort of do as part of the education. And then the final point that I'll make is that, again, we're not talking about 500 units. I mean, this is a small area that these are going to be fairly small developments.
And Kate, I think that's a good point. The questions that you have are the ones we've all have and that the community has, and thinking about ways to find that real data to show people about smart growth and this denser development closer to the transportation hubs. We're gonna have to find that. Other questions? Because clearly you have done quite a bit assembling the design guidelines document since we last met. It seems like the biggest thing that we'll need to discuss and find out about or agree upon is the affordable housing piece. And I do see there's a couple of comments that people have. So I would open this up to the public. Let's hear from the public for a little bit before we kind of make a plan for how we'll continue this discussion, move this forward. So if you have a question, please raise your hand. We'll call on you. You can state your name and address once you are unmuted. I see Sue Felshen. Let's hear from you. Just unmute yourself. State your name and address, please.
Hi, Sue Felshen, 19 Sunnyside Lane. About affordable housing, now that we have this wonderful fund that allows us to take payments in lieu of fractional units or payments in lieu for any reason, I wonder why we don't use payments in lieu of fractional units here, so that, for example, we could take a payment for any number of fractional units between 0 and 8 units. And then for the next 4 or 8 units, we could say if it's up to 50% inclusive, then it would be fractional, but over that it would have to be a full unit. And then if it's more than, what did I say, 8, like 12 or 16 units, there would be no fractionals. That's just an alternative, and I'm throwing that out there to improve our affordable housing. And my other question or comment is that I have not yet gotten around to reading the design guidelines, but I have noted that the ones for West Concord, and being guidelines, they're optional, have been variably paid attention to. And so I'm a little concerned about having optional design guidelines for this area as well. Having them be outside of the bylaw, however, it does seem pretty reasonable.
Sue, I don't think the suggestion is that they be optional.
All right, fine.
I think they will be a requirement, but that having them outside of the bylaw allows much more flexibility to respond to change or need in design items. But I don't think there was any intention that they be optional.
Okay, I was reacting to guideline typically meaning optional, right, not required, just the use of the specific word. Yeah, okay, but I'm glad to hear that. Thanks for explaining.
Yeah, what Elizabeth had and I had discussed was that the bylaw itself would have a reference to essentially say you have to follow these guidelines. So I think it's just because it's outside of the bylaw is why we use the terminology guideline instead of standard. It would effectively act as if they were standards. So in terms of the affordable housing, this again continues the your suggestion is, I think, in many ways a great one. And it's, I think somebody else had recommended this the last time that I was in front of the board. The challenge is, again, going back to what is that payment that we're going to actually charge? And how can we ensure that, especially on the small units where the the margins are much narrower, how do we ensure that we don't make this basically kill projects? And this was where, again, my colleague who basically did this for the, it actually ended up not being passed, but worked on this for a long time for the city of Salem. And that's the way it was structured, their inclusionary zoning. It took a lot of effort, and I think it's a great effort, but I don't know if it's the best way to tackle what is such a small area. I think that the strategy of the sliding scale might make a lot more sense to do so if you're doing sort of a town-wide inclusionary zoning requirement. If we want to go this route, of course, I mean, I'm the consultant to the town, so I'm happy to write it any way, but I wouldn't know how to set that price.
I see. Okay, but Burton's comment was that essentially if it started at 8 units, no one would have any incentive to build anything between 8 and 11, and having, I don't know what the minimum or maximum for having a sliding scale kick in would be, but that would be one way of getting over these problems.
Thank you. Yeah, so I think there's a couple of things we're going to try to do. One, Chris is going to look at the potential for units, and we can kind of see what scale are we talking about before we go too far into figuring out the specific projected payments. My other question, Elizabeth, is can we get something on the calendar where we are meeting with the affordable housing committees and boards who are doing some long range planning, so we can have discussions like this and see what they've been working on already?
Definitely, I can make the invitation, out to them for, maybe it's the next time that Chris comes back. I specifically invite them to also be on the meeting, to be part of the conversation as it relates to finalizing how the affordable housing component should, be structured. So I think that will probably be the first meeting in February, Chris.
Yeah, I don't know if we have it on the books yet, but I think we were talking every other month.
Every other month. So yeah, so that's definitely something I can do. Unless Kristen and the board feels that you'd like to have a separate conversation with them, like the second meeting in January before Chris comes back.
Well, I mean, I know there's affordable housing is a big topic that continues to come in front of us, and so I want to make sure that we are aware of everything that they're doing. And so it might be a bigger conversation than just the Thoreau Business District. Board members, what are your thoughts on how we might want to kind of hear from the other committee and work with them?
I defer to you, Kristen. I think I agree with your thought you just shared.
How's our January looking right now?
That's what I was looking at. So there's nothing on the agenda for January 26th.
So I mean, I'd say if we're able to meet with them before we see Chris, I think that would help, because it's going to be a bigger discussion.
Okay.
If they're able to. And then, if members are able to attend the meeting that Chris is there as well, they'll be kind of prepared and ready. Or we'll have more specific questions for you based on our discussion. There are 2 more hands up. Let me call them. Pamela Dritt. And then we'll take hopefully one more question after this, and then we'll progress to our final item for the night.
Unmute. Thank you. Hello, Pamela Dritt, 13 Concord Green, Unit 4 at Unit 3. No, I was right the first time, Unit 4. I know that our energy sustainability goals require Concord to adopt green carbon-free electric power to replace our fossil fuel infrastructure, not just for transportation, but also for building, heating and cooling and power generation. Can we require or strongly request contractors to build all new construction buildings as all electric and to at least net zero specifications? They will still make money, as the cost of doing so is minimal for new construction. The homes are extremely desirable, generating cost premiums. There are multiple organizations that support and provide resources to builders for doing so. And the cost savings and benefits are massive not just for the owners of the buildings, but for the community as a whole, and can last for centuries, as long as the building stands. And it's needed to meet Concord's sustainability requirements. Every new building can either hurt us or help us without much middle ground. The LEED specifications are so out of, they're essentially greenwashing. And I want to ask us not to ever exempt affordable housing from these kinds of things, because it doesn't cost less to build it to this specification. And the more it gets built to this kind of specification, the cheaper it's going to be. Already the financial returns for building net zero passive house buildings pay off within years, a few years.
So, Kristen, the sad short answer is no. A community cannot require new development to be only electric.
Right, and we have tried, and we continue to work, you know, with developers that come before us. The most recent example is in West Concord with the mixed-use development building that's going in at 13B Commonwealth Avenue, using kind of your same arguments. We hope that right now market pressure is enough of a driver to encourage people to build all electric and sustainably and with energy efficiency in mind. But right, I think Elizabeth is pointing to the fact that the Attorney General struck down a town's bylaw, proposed bylaw, to not allow fossil fuel and just all electric. So we hear your point. We agree with it. And so Chris, more specifically, could you put it, could anything be in the guideline, because it's not a bylaw?
Well, it's, you know, and maybe it's better to call them design requirements, but they're either requirements or they're not. So I would be hesitant to create design guidelines that part of it is a requirement, but then part of it isn't.
How do we get over that, since we are behind in the Massachusetts and laws here?
Yeah, you need to speak to your state legislators.
No, but can't we at least put it somewhere so that the builders know that we encourage them?
I think it has to do with a combination of incentives and restrictions, maybe, if we can continue to do that. So if, but there has to be some sort of trade-off. So what we can offer them. For example, in our PRDs or something, we have the opportunity to offer increased density if they, as an incentive, if they meet certain requirements, or if they agree to do certain things. So we have to kind of look for ways to right now incentivize until I think contractors realize the financial benefits of doing just what you described.
Just one thing I would maybe just add to this, because Pamela, I do agree, with the sentiment, and like I think our hands are tied in a number of ways. But again, as it relates to the Thoreau Depot area, I think it's important for us to remember that the actual just nature of this type of housing or development is much better for the environment than probably most of the homes in Concord, just because of the fact that they're going to be much smaller. We're not talking about 3,000, 4,000 plus square foot homes. We're going to be talking about 1,000 square foot homes. And so, people that live within the smaller footprint are living much greener lives than others that live in different types of housing. And I say that as somebody who used to live in a 400 square foot apartment for years, so I feel like I've earned lots of green credits.
Yes,
something
but
that we will definitely keep in
enough.
mind. Yeah.
It's not green enough as long as it has gas in it or oil.
Yep, I think we'll continue as a town to try to figure out, ways that we can, move towards that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's take one more comment from Stephen Bader, and I apologize if it's Stefan.
Okay, Stefan Bader, 7 River Street. Two comments, just asked me to start my video, absolutely.
Or you can leave it up, but we see you now and hear you.
Right. Two comments. I typed in the question area. One, I actually previously mentioned affordable housing concerns and Burton and Sue Felshen's comments. And then just to say that for encouraging walking behavior, to make sure that somewhere, not on every site, obviously, but somewhere in the area, there is zip car or the equivalent availability, preferably electric, and bicycle availability. So, whether that's in the Crosby's parcel to serve the whole area or somewhere else, but I think the argument that there won't be car trips because you can walk to the train doesn't solve the problem of, how do you go apple picking when the train doesn't stop in Stowe? So making sure that the design includes those kinds of alternatives to private vehicle transportation will help make it possible.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I think the bylaw can certainly require things like bicycle parking. It can incentivize things like zip car. Often that's coupled with reducing a development's parking requirements if they provide something like that.
Right.
And then the third piece, though, which sounded like you were talking about actually providing bikes, like if this is sort of like a bike share, like a type of thing, would be something that's actually probably going to be the town's responsibility. The town, I think, has a role to play in sort of encouraging multimodal activity, and I think that would be something that the town would have to look at separately from this zoning bylaw if they were interested in a bike share company coming to Concord, if it's not there already.
So that the town does have that facility available in back of the visitor center, which is not town-owned land, Middlesex Bank, if I'm not mistaken, but you need the real estate set aside for it. So maybe that's to say, we won't, we'll give you credit, or we'll give you double credit for the real estate you set aside for a bike dock towards the open space requirement or something like that. But you need the real estate, and it doesn't necessarily need to be a town parcel to locate it there for bike sharing.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So Chris, is there more we can do either in the bylaw or the design requirements, design standards about energy efficiency and multimodal transportation? I mean, I think that's really what we've been struggling with in all of our proposed changes to bylaws and in our special permits and design reviews and things like that. What can we do to really, since we're making these changes and making all this new now, really focus on that?
Yeah. So in terms of the green infrastructure aspect, I mean, I don't know, again, trying to say that it has to be all electric. I haven't seen that as something that has been done. I have seen it done where there's been sort of a menu of options, but they're generally incentivized with sort of like density bonuses to kind of make up for that. And the tough thing here is, what does a density bonus really mean? Like, you're not going to go up 5 stories here. And so I'm afraid that there's just not a ton of wiggle room to sort of incorporate too much of this, if, again, just being frank, because
right.
we want this to, we don't want to solve one problem of it being financially infeasible on the affordable housing side if we just add something else that makes it infeasible on the green energy side.
Right, and we don't, I think numbers are showing that, requiring, energy efficiency and good building science principles don't make it financially infeasible. It's just might be different than people have been built with before. Okay, so but I hear what you're saying. The incentive right now, while we've seen, has been increased density. I don't know what other incentives we can offer them. Could you, and we can't do it here, but can you do a reduced, building permit fee, and things like that? I don't know what other potential incentives there are to offer people.
I will look into that among my colleagues and see what's been done in sort of similar circumstances.
Okay, other questions from the board? All right, so Chris, what direction do you need from us? We didn't really give you much feedback today, as usual. What direction do you need from us? We're going to see you again in February. We're going to try to talk to Affordable Housing Committee before then, so we can kind of ask for some specific, ask you any specific questions when we meet you in February, and then also perhaps nail down, what we're going to put in there in that section.
I think maybe what would be great as sort of maybe the homework for when I come back next time is to review the design guidelines in a bit more detail and actually, look into the details, because I think it would be helpful if before we kind of have this community forum or forums that, the board feels like it's something that you can sort of get behind. So I think between giving some more thought to the affordable housing aspect and the design guidelines, or anything else that's sort of still outstanding. I think you've seen kind of all the various elements of the draft at this point, other than the parking, which we'll talk about next time. I think that's just really what's going to be most helpful.
Okay, well, thank you. It's always good to see all the progress you make between here and there. I still think, Elizabeth, I don't think you've heard from any of the property owners, have you? Because we're really anxious to get their input before we get too much farther down this road. And they seem to be pretty silent.
I can make another appeal.
I know that you continue to do that. I mean, Chris, is that common for what you've seen? I mean, we're kind of saying if we, design it, the builders will come and make all these changes, but is that what you've seen in the past when zoning bylaws change and open up other opportunities, developers kind of move toward that?
Yeah, eventually. It depends. A part of it's the education piece, that they have to know that that's an option. One of the things we did in Dedham was we just told the actual landowners, like they've made a change to allow mixed use development. This is why mixed use development is good. Here's what transit-oriented development means. And at least one of the owners who owns like a carpentry shop took it upon himself to redevelop his property into a mixed use development.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it depends, and it comes incrementally over time.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Well, so from my experience during bylaw development, there's limited input from property owners. It's once the bylaw gets drafted and that's being discussed, or a lot of times even the planning board's seen it at the public hearing after the warrant gets published.
Okay.
The board's been talking about this for a year and a half, but I never, I didn't know about this.
Right. Okay.
So
and I know you've been notifying everybody, so I want to just kind of continue that trend so that they know that their input is welcome as early as they are able to make it. All right. Thanks, Chris. Very, very good to see you. We'll see you again in early February, and we'll let you know if we have any other questions before then.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night. All right. We are moving on to our final item for the evening. We are going to reopen the public hearing in accordance with provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 41, Section 81T, in the Town of Concord Subdivision Rules and Regulations to review the definitive subdivision plan application for Symes Development and Permitting LLC for a 16-lot subdivision of land at 11B, 146B, and 1442 Main Street and 110 Highland Street. So I believe what our plan is for tonight is we've got the applicant here. We're going to have them present any new information since our last time. We've received 2 letters of public comment as well. Those are from Those are from Sharon McGregor and Christina Scherer and Brian Burt. After we hear from the applicant, the board will have an opportunity to ask questions. Then we will open it up to public comment and potentially close the public hearing if we've done everything, heard all the discussion from the applicant and public that we need to, so that the board can deliberate. So we've got our applicant. Who would like to present? Mr. Latham? One second, can you unmute?
You need to unmute yourself. There you go.
Thank you. I appreciate giving us the opportunity to have this comment. My name is Brad Latham. I'm speaking on behalf of the applicant. As we come to the conclusion of the subdivision process, I'd like to make a couple of general comments for the board's consideration. As you well know, this has been a long and arduous process for everyone involved, and we do appreciate the civility of the process all the way through, both by those who spoke in support and those who opposed, and the patience of the board. We started with a cluster project because we know that's what the board favored. We worked together and came to a conclusion of a PID concept that we thought was workable. Unfortunately, the Special Permit Granting Authority did not grant the relief required. So as a consequence, it defaulted to a subdivision under the subdivision control law. As you can tell from looking at me, I've been at this for a long time. And one thing you never do is to challenge the authority of the board that decides your fate. But I do want to mention a couple of items if I can. First is that we are dealing with a subdivision, not a special permit. There is a big difference in the level involved. Under the state law, a subdivision, if you meet certain criteria, it is really an approval as of right. A special permit is broader discretion in the permit granting authority. So that's a distinction that we think is important under the current circumstances. Secondly, I'd like to read, if I could, just from a court decision by the appellate court, that there's no, quote, freedom to disapprove plans which comply with applicable standards merely because the board feels general public considerations make such action desirable. So moving off of that issue, I'd like to, if I could, go into what's happened since the last meeting. You have received now comments from the town engineering department, which in my review of those say either their concerns have been addressed or they can be conditions of approval. You've heard from your own traffic consultant, Board of Health, police and fire departments. They've all come to conclusions that do not preclude this subdivision. We ask the board to keep that in mind. I'm referring, of course, to the engineer's memo to you or the town planner of December 2nd. You also have, I believe, a response from Rich Harrington of 12/3/20 outlining certain comments with reference to the town engineer's memo. I'd like to, if I could, call up, if I have the right document, for the consideration of the board. Section 621 was referenced at the last session, and that's typed at the top part. And I put in bold relevant language. Due regard for all natural features such as large trees, water courses, scenic or historic spots, aquifers, floodplains, habitat of rare endangered species, and similar community assets which if preserved would add attractiveness and value to the subdivision. So the rules and regulations talk, I think, philosophically about due regard to those issues. I'd like you to compare that to the language that's quoted in bold below. Due regard shall be shown for all natural features such as large trees, water courses, scenic points, historic spots, and similar community assets, which if preserved will add attractiveness and value to the subdivision. Very similar language. The appeals court in the case of Chara, which I'm sure town council has discussed with you or will do so, addressed that language and basically said it was not enforceable. because of the fact it did not give fair warning to a developer, a property owner, of what was expected, and frankly did not establish defined and appreciable and recognizable standards. That frankly is of some concern to us here. In addition, I'd like to just address one item, and that's on drainage. I know there's been conversation regarding drainage, the maintenance of drainage structures. In that regard, the intention would be to have a homeowners association, which is a common practice now, where the various lot owners maintain the drainage system. And the association has the authority to collect fees similar to a subdivision. And I think you folks know that Hidden Trail Black Horse Place has such an arrangement in place that has functioned well. So that concludes my remarks, and I respectfully request if the board would find its way to grant subdivision approval. And Rich Harrington is here, as well as Jeff Reuter, if you have any particular questions or comments you'd like to make addressed to them. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Kristen, if I could ask a question.
Certainly.
So I get a concern that the standard of due regard might be not give the applicant sufficient notice. Was it any regard given to the natural features of or water courses, scenic or historic spots or anything? I'm wondering, I can understand sort of if you're in a gray area, there's a question. Was any given?
Well, I frankly don't know of any case where the court has found that language to be sufficient in my scope. Maybe town council can answer that more specifically.
Well, I'm wondering if maybe the facts of the Chiara case are distinguishable based upon some preservation of natural features, but it wasn't meeting the requirements of the planning board versus this case where all trees are being removed. The topography is being dramatically altered. I'm just curious.
Well, I think it's the predictability that they're looking at. It's not really the project so much as do the regulations define precisely what is required or prohibited. So no matter what you're doing, I think they look at the regulation and say,
Okay.
does it provide enough anticipated facts and standards for anyone to understand?
Okay.
Burton, if I could add on to your question, Rich, perhaps this question for you. You know, just so that we have it, you know, clearly stated, what is, you know, what is the project doing to protect the natural features?
May I interrupt for 1 minute, Madam Chair?
Is that not a question that Rich could answer? I just want to make sure that we
no.
hear the plan answer and not the legal answer, because I'm talking specifically about the plan. I mean, if you can tell me specifically what protection is happening according to the plan, then yes, please do.
Rich can answer. I just had one comment and kind of glossed over it. Is the fact that the trees are being removed to satisfy the subdivision rules and regulations. So Rich, if you'd feel comfortable answering that question.
Certainly. Our site evaluation plan that we're required to submit shows the trees that will be protected, which is the trees in the back right-hand corner and along the perimeter. The grading requirements for your rules require us to clear everything within the right-of-way. Sometimes we can preserve trees, but in this case, due to the starting and ending of the cul-de-sacs, the preservation of trees within the right-of-way is not possible.
If I could add to that, we also offered to save some additional trees in my November 13th letter. So I think we have given due regard to the board's desires.
Thank you, Jeff.
All right. So to the board, I think there's about 4 or 5 things that we need to discuss tonight. And we've got the applicants here. We can ask questions of them, and then we can open it up for public comment. But the things that I say that we're discussing are the 6.2.1. I gotta make sure I have it right in front of me. The number 6.2.1 natural features. And so we heard some of this. And so we'll talk a little bit, or I'll ask the applicant a little bit about kind of their plan to, you know, how they're going to do both the work for laying the roads, but then also if they're planning to also do the lot grading at the same time, what their plan is to address the tree protection bylaw for that. We've talked a lot about unsuitability of the land, so we want to kind of close the loop on that discussion and make sure that we've had all the information that we need for that. We are going to talk about the reservation of land for that open space for that park, as well as the reservation of land for inclusionary housing. And then finally, and I know Attorney Latham just mentioned it about the homeowners association and maintaining drainage. We want to make sure that we're clear on the town department's request that they not be responsible for maintaining drainage, subsurface drainage that's underneath the public way, and in fact that should likely be a private way. So those were the things that I wanted to make sure we talk about, and Elizabeth will capture kind of any special conditions in addition to the ones that come from the town committees and so forth. So for the board, if it's okay, we can go kind of through those 5 points to see if there are any remaining questions. Then we will, get questions, responses from the applicant. We'll open it up for public comment. And then I will ask the board, individually to kind of weigh in and make sure we have a sense of what our direction is so that we can direct Elizabeth to write a decision that we can review at our next meeting. Any questions or comments on the process for tonight from the board? And if I'm leaving anything out, Elizabeth, certainly steer me back so I don't omit anything. So regarding the natural features, and as you know, this has been a topic we have had a lot of concern about, and what due regard is going to be for this property. One of the things that I'd like to understand is, although the tree preservation bylaw does not apply to the laying of the roads in the subdivision, and we understand that, it would apply to the lots. Tell me a little bit about your mitigation plan, or how you plan to provide that mitigation plan, how and when, before any grading happens for the roads.
I'm not sure what you mean about the mitigation before we do the roads.
Okay, let me back up a minute. Are you planning to just clear the part for the roadway and utilities and leave the lots untouched?
No.
Okay, so my understanding, and please, and Elizabeth, correct me if I'm misunderstanding this, is if you plan to, clear and grade the entire area, and that applies to the lots too, you'll need to have your mitigation plan in place for the lots where the tree preservation bylaw does take effect. And it might be helpful, Elizabeth, to show us on the screen, or Rich can show us on his screen, which parts of the plan we're talking about specifically apply to the roadway and which apply to the that the tree preservation bylaw would apply to.
This is sheet number 5, which is the grading required for the construction of the road right away. So all the grading that you show, the lot lines aren't shown, but anything within that grading area is exempt from the tree bylaw. So as I walk down lots 1, 2, and 3, any side lot lines in this area and along the rear, and anything on lots 5 and 6 over here, 8, 9, and 10 in this location, and then on this side for 11 and 12, we would locate the trees within the side yards and the rear yards, and then we would have those available, and should they be required to be replaced at time of construction, then a tree mitigation plan will be provided with the building permit application, similar to the 2 houses that we've already been under construction in Highland and Maine. And that's.
And so your intent is to provide that tree mitigation, the plan prior to any permitting. Is that when that would happen, Elizabeth?
So if the intention is to grade for the roadway and at the lots at the same time, yes, they would file basically their tree preservation and mitigation plan for all of those areas outside of the grading for the roadway. And that would be, reviewed and, go through that process of, identifying the trees, identifying which trees have to be removed, and then, identifying what the mitigation would be, whether it's additional tree plantings or, in lieu payment to the mitigation fund. And that would need to happen prior to any site work.
Correct.
And although they're clear that where the preservation bylaw applies and where it does not, is this something that we would put in as a condition to make sure that is not overlooked in any way?
Yes.
So those were the questions that I had about that section regarding the protection of natural features. But before we continue, let me open it up to the board. I'd like to make sure that your questions have been satisfied, or if you've had additional questions in reviewing any of the additional information.
I have a question on the trees. Was a tree survey done for the site? And do we have an estimate of the number of large or mature trees that are going to be lost?
Not at this time. What we did discover when we built out in the 2 lots, Bill was out there, and there was a lot of Norway maple, which are not protected trees. So what we would actually have to do is do a tree survey, get Davy Tree out there to inspect the trees that we mark off that would fall within the bylaw. And then there's a record of it before we start taking any trees down.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just sorry to beat a dead horse here to understand this, but just remembering back in the last planning board session, I think the statement being made that basically no trees were being preserved as far as like the road construction area is concerned. So just to understand, is that actually true? Like forgetting the tree, what will apply in the tree protection bylaw for the lots. Otherwise, as far as what needs to be done for the roads, are any trees at all able to be kept?
No. Not for the road. Not with all that grading.
And Elizabeth, sorry for my ignorance on this, but as far as like the grading requirements, is that, I assume that is coming from some engineer somewhere, but is that specific to Concord, or is that like under the subdivision law itself and a statewide, standard requirement as far as like grading for roads?
I'm not sure I understand your question. The grading for roads in what aspect?
I can answer it. The grading requirements are specific to the town of Concord, and we are providing the grading within the range that's allowable to construct the subdivision.
So if I can elaborate on that, yes, what the applicant has proposed, the required grading is to meet the construction and design standards that are within the subdivision rules and regs. So percent slope, or the radius of the right of way and the cul-de-sac and the pavement.
Yeah, I guess where I'm going with that is like I keep hearing.
Hallie, let me finish. So, however, so yes, those meet the standards. However, the applicant has not requested any waivers, and it is, it's within the planning board's prerogative, I believe, and town council can correct me if I'm wrong. The planning board can say, well, we don't want 24 feet of pavement for 16 homes. We think 22 is enough. We don't need a full paved cul-de-sac. We'd like there to be a center island, landscape island put back in. And maybe that reduces the total amount of grading. I don't know. So yes, the current amount of grading is because of the construction and design standards that are within the subdivision rules and regs.
Yeah, I guess the point I was trying to understand is those design standards, I assume Concord's are not unique as far as like any other town is concerned. I guess I keep hearing a reference to like your requirements, as in Concord's, but I'm trying to understand, is it any different in any other town?
There are going to be communities where their subdivision rules and regs are very similar to ours. And then there's going to be communities where they may be even older than ours. Ours are 2007. And then there's going to be some where they're much more progressive and, look to not have minimum standards. They put maximum standards in. If it's, 5 houses, then the road only needs to, a maximum width of roadway is this. And so, but all communities have subdivision rules and regs, and they're of some element of that design standards for the construction of the roadway, utilities, and stormwater drainage.
Okay, that's helpful.
So just to follow up, because we're in the residence C district, there is a wider pavement than your residence A and B at 26 feet as opposed to 22 or something of that nature. And we do have landscape islands already. We have seen boards issue waivers before. So if there's a waiver that the board does seem that is appropriate here after their deliberations, then they could discuss that with the applicant or present it. But when you look at each lot and with the driveway, the septic and the roof dry wells, the grading is already going to be happening on each lot too. So narrowing the shoulders doesn't seem to have a benefit at this location because of the district that we're in.
What's our right of way width, Rich?
It's 50 feet. For instance, Finnegan Way, you went down to 40 feet and had 5-foot easements on each side of the road, but that was a little bit of a different situation that the town owned that land before. So the town has wavered before in other subdivisions such as Monson Way and granted an extension of the dead end length. So it's not uncommon if there's a benefit to the neighborhood.
So to answer your question, Hallie, yes, the board could grant waivers. I don't know if they would significantly change the amount of total grading, but could a reduction in the width of the right-of-way and a reduction in the width of the pavement, pull the development away, let's say there might be less grading required, or, from Center Village side, or, definitely there would be less impervious surface if there's less, of a roadway width, pavement width. So,
Can a waiver be granted if it's not requested? I think we asked this question in the past. And so would that mean that it's a condition that we are requesting that it be, have less impervious surface?
I would suggest to you that you request the right of way go to 40 feet.
Let's not do that.
No?
No, you don't like when I change the road.
Well, hang on a second.
No. Please, that's not going to work.
Okay, of course not. You can't pull away from Center Village by reducing right of way by 10 feet?
No, we have frontage requirements for all the lots, and once you make something less of a distance along the perimeter, then you might be losing some frontage. I can't confirm it right now, but I'd be more reducing pavement and shoulder width or grass shoulders. That's typical, and that wouldn't be detrimental at all.
But what is it, how does it benefit what they're looking for?
Well, again, it's we would have to look at narrowing the right of way width to see if it's possible.
Yeah.
So I am a strong supporter of not designing a project during a public hearing. But there also, from a utility standpoint, there's a lot going on underground. And so reducing the road right of way width may not be an option. Reducing the width of the pavement is definitely an option. And under the board's subdivision rules and regs, the board may waive strict compliance with any of these regulations if it deems such waiver to be in the public interest, and if written record is kept of each such waiver and the reasons for it. There's no requirement that the applicant has to request that waiver in order for the board to grant it. Again, I would defer to town council.
That's correct.
That's my understanding, and David agrees.
Board can waive on its own initiative.
So the other item to think about as far as reducing the pavement width, as far as reducing the overall impervious surface, is that you then create a much wider shoulder, grass shoulder, and then you can have the sidewalk on the far side of the grass shoulder. So it's not right up, against the road, more protection. There's much wider planting area for street trees. While I do think there's probably quite a few Norway maples on this property, there's going to be quite a few trees that will have to be mitigated. And maybe you have larger areas for planting. So that's just one waiver that the board can think about. Other waivers, I think, become a much more technical and design issue. Currently, the whole road's at, what is it, Rich, at 5% grade?
7% maximum.
7% maximum, whether, significantly changing it to go to, 8 or 9%, I don't know. That's not something that I think the board can discuss during a public hearing.
No, that would work against the grading along Center Village on lots 1 through 4. So that wouldn't be.
And the fire department didn't want to go with 7%.
Right.
Okay, thanks. This is just within kind of the conversation about, what we understand to be the topography and how you're trying to work with it to make it the subdivision fit. So we're just trying to see what we can do to kind of still retain whatever we can to make this property attractive and as natural as possible. Were there any other questions from the board about natural features, protection of natural features? Otherwise, we can kind of close the loop on suitability of the land.
I have a comment
sorry,
about
there's Kate and then Nathan. Go ahead.
I have a comment about the planner's report. And I was just going to recommend that right now there's a discussion of the tree bylaw and whether it applies or not to how it applies to the project. And I was just going to recommend that section of the planner's report be more explicit with regard to the extent to which the applicant is or is not giving due regard to the resources on the site. So if it could say something like the applicant proposes to clear nearly the full extent of the site, which will result in somehow quantifying the amount of trees, but saving 27 trees, if that's the number. The applicant proposes large-scale earth moving that will alter natural existing topographic features of the site. The applicant proposes the demolition of a historic residential structure on the site, which was deemed preferably preserved by the Historic District Commission. The applicant proposes filling a wetland on site to the maximum extent allowable under federal law. So something that just like is a little bit more direct in terms of what is not being preserved on site.
So at this point, it's process-wise, I would not be updating my report. Those would be items that, should the board decide, would be included in your decision. So those are all items that, on whatever direction the board gives me, I can add all of those items into the decision under that section.
Okay.
And just to add to your comment, the trees that we are preserving are greater than the trees that were preserved in the PRD that you recommended for approval.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Nathan?
But sorry,
I'm sorry.
just to follow up on that last point, I guess, again, your last response to what trees were being kept with the road, and I don't know if you were referring to with the lots or not, but like, I thought it was stated that no trees were being kept.
I am referring to the submittal I made on November 13th. First paragraph, tree removal.
Okay. Sorry.
Rich, I don't think we need to go there. So based on a tree for tree number, and I don't think a discussion regarding what the PRD did and what the subdivision does is even relevant. But the point I would make, at least the PRD had a 1 acre park, which is substantially different than a tree for tree. This one saved this many and that one saved that many. They're not the same. They're not the same types of projects, and they don't have the same layout, configuration, or essence. In they're different projects. They had different aspects, and they're not relatable. So I unless somebody else has another question about the requirements of the tree bylaw, I can clarify, how it will be included in, as far as either a condition or reference. They're different things.
Thank you. Nathan?
My question was just, I know that there's been some back and forth about the two properties at the front that were not initially included in the subdivision review. Are those now considered included because of the grading that will be on those two properties and the fact that the driveways will enter into the newly constructed roadway? Should we be considering those? I think
so. The request was there. So the applicant is not including them in what they're counting as 16 lots. Although they reference lot A1, which I consider is part of the subdivision, since it's amending its property boundaries to create this layout of the subdivision. The request was made that lot E and lot F be included in, as far as the stormwater drainage, as far as evaluating where these driveways are located. These are only conceptual boxes for the houses. I think it was engineering made the comment that having the driveways this close to the intersection, that possibly flipping these and having those driveways farther away. And it was also asked that those two houses be included in the traffic study, since they will be utilizing this road coming in and out from Main Street. So those were included in the stormwater drainage and in the traffic impact assessment.
Okay. Any other final thoughts on protection of natural features? Moving on to, I'm sorry, Burton, go
just
ahead.
one comment. It doesn't need to be responded to, but Rich, I mean, I know that I get the idea with the moving lines and changing radius and losing frontage. I do think if there was a possibility of a waiver that would narrow that street, that would decrease the amount, or decrease the amount of earth removal on the left side of the plan here, such that those grades were less steep next to Center Village, that would be something I would be very interested in hearing about, because that kind of goes to the point we're talking about here on natural features, but on suitability of the land when we talk about that the steepness of the grade. I think it would be worth hearing about. I don't want to reopen up the design here, but
No, I believe 1 through 4, if we trimmed it, 5 feet to the right of way went down to, from 25 on the left side of the center line to 20 in that area, that could probably work because 1, the curve gets bigger, and 2 and 3 are basically straight frontages. In 4, we have excess frontage. I'm just concerned about the outer radius of lots 5, 6, 7, and 8, and then also 10, 11, and 12 on the cul-de-sac bulbs.
5, 6, 7, and 8. Yeah, I'm squinting at my screen.
Oh, so
I think
okay, so everything, if the frontage is on the circle of the turnaround, I would like to keep the radius of the turnaround, narrowing the width along Road B and then along Road A is it's possible.
I mean, I think the lots you could benefit from, both in terms of earth removal and that grade next to Center Village is 2, 3, 4, which it sounds like those are that's a possibility. Anyway, just going off what Jeff was saying, maybe that's something. Okay.
So continuing on that vein, Burton and team, we talked considerably about the suitability of the land, which required such dramatic grading. We have had engineering review the documentation, and as Rich pointed out, it sounds like whether it's with the condition or any of the questions they had have been addressed. One of the concerns, I think there's still lingering concerns about what could happen during construction. Does anybody have a question or something that they'd like to bring up at this point regarding suitability of the land? Then go ahead, Burton, if you have something or else.
No, I'm sorry.
That's right. I mean, my main concern is, and this is probably a condition that is in there anyway, to make sure that there is a bond or some sort of performance guarantee so that this project does not stop halfway with part of the land graded, but not the project completed. So Elizabeth, is that a condition that goes in normally?
That is a requirement of, actually a requirement of subdivision control law, which is reflected in the board subdivision rules and regs, and it's a standard requirement for subdivisions. The other type of performance, there's 4 different types of performance guarantees in the applicant, and that's also spelled out in your regs and subdivision control law that the applicant can choose from to basically provide that performance guarantee that all roadway and utilities and stormwater drainage gets completed. If for some reason, there have been subdivisions, I don't know if any are in Concord. I know of in some other communities where the developer, something happens and the project's not done. The town then goes through, pulls that performance guarantee to have the project finished for the roadway, utilities, and stormwater drainage.
Thanks. Other questions, comments from the board on this section, which is 622? I know we've already discussed this quite a bit, so we might have all of the information we need.
Only, I guess, to speak to the board. I raised this as a concern. I think that I made the argument previously that the fact that they'd be removing more earth than's ever been removed from a development and the living memory, it would sort of ipso facto make the land unsuitable for the project as proposed. I think, you know, we need to look at the grading, which I don't think from a technical perspective, you know, I'm looking at Center Village. It concerns me how steep that is, but if the engineer signs off on that as being sufficient, then I would defer to the engineer. I think that it's important also for us to remember that there's an approval of this subdivision, there would follow a special permit application process that would look specifically and would be focused on the earth removal element. So that's my current thinking on this section.
Thanks. So seeing no other discussion about this point, related to this in the comments from the Public Works Department, it should be noted that if the applicant considers requesting the town accept the road and utilities as a public way, no, that's not what I'm looking for. My question is about subsurface drainage located under the street. That's the proposal, Rich?
Yes, after we divert the first inch of water out to a hole in the ground outside the right of way, we have the remainder of the recharge underneath the island.
Okay. And my understanding is that the town does not want to take responsibility for that drainage, and instead would request that becomes a private way, and so that the responsibility for maintaining that drainage goes to the residents.
I'm not sure if it really needs to be a private way. I think it's more of the maintenance of it, inspections that they're referring to, possibly.
So Kristen, just for a matter of procedure, all subdivision roads are private ways, and they remain private ways until the developer and petitions town meeting to accept it as a public way. So in other cases where there have been subdivisions where there have been significant waivers, some of the little 2-lot subdivisions where they received design construction waivers to go to common driveway standards, or in this case, subsurface drainage under the roadway, which is not something that the Public Works Department is capable of doing or maintaining, or all of those things, then the planning board can place a condition in their decision that the roadway remain private and that the town will not accept it as a public road.
Thank you. Were there any questions from the applicant about that? Is that your understanding as well?
Yes, we would, the HOA, much like we did down in Black Horse Place, would be responsible for all of the drainage. It's fairly common these days.
All right. So Elizabeth is tracking kind of any special conditions that we might have discussed so far. So that leaves two last aspects that we wanted to touch upon. Let's start with the reservation of land for public purposes, which is section 6.20.
Yes. Could we get a map that shows the lot lines a little more clearly
Thanks.
on the screen?
So planning board members recall that that we're discussing the reservation of this land, for that the town has the option to purchase and use for a park. And what we would do tonight is we would kind of discuss which would make sense for for this land. And I would open it up to people. I know some of us have been thinking about it more than others. Anyone want to start?
If I may,
Please.
Kristen. One of the things that I think I liked most about the PRD plan was the park that that connected with Highland Street and the possibility of people living in the PRD and using that park to get pedestrian access to Highland Street and make it more oriented as a walking community with a train station. I think if we're looking at a reservation for public use that the town is going to have to invest in and purchase. What I would like to see is that lot 1A be reserved as a park, ideally then with either in conjunction with lot 13 being reserved for affordable housing, or if considering if there's sufficient frontage, and I believe there's certainly sufficient square footage in lot 13, an easement for an access easement so that you can get from the Road B traffic circle, or Road B circles, excuse me, and somebody who lived in the neighborhood could walk from there to the park at lot 1A and continue walking down Highland Street to the train. I also think that a park there on Highland Street would benefit the adjoining properties, the abutters more. I also think it would be a better place for example, children to be playing, where if the ball rolls out of the park and onto the street, it's on Highland, which is a very quiet street as opposed to on Main Street. So that would be my suggestion as where we should be looking to reserve land for public purpose.
Lot A1 is not part of the subdivision.
I know it's not part of the subdivision, but I believe that there's been discussion about including lots that were part of the previous A&Rs in terms of contribute. And I mean, right, it is essentially, I mean, well, we know it all started out as part of one of the, what was it, 3 main lots, right? And it is now, we're looking at reserving land that would, I think, improve the overall, improve the overall subdivision, make it something that would be more likely for me to vote in favor of, certainly. And I think that even though you did it separately as an A&R, we've been considering this whole parcel as a whole.
I understand. We would have to do some horse trading for us to consider lot A1.
I'm sorry, could you say again?
My question is, why is lot A1 shown on this plan and is not similar to lot, what is that, C and B?
Excuse me, Rich, do you mind zooming out so we can see?
Sure.
Thanks, sorry. Thank you.
Lot A1 currently, the existing house on the right-hand side currently has their frontage off of Highland. It's called Lot A right now. So when we remove the excess area, it becomes Lot A1. And then Lot D1 is the frontage for the other home on Main Street. It's currently Lot D.
Jeff, didn't you propose a lot outside of the subdivision as well for reservation of the park?
I did.
So this would be a similar
Yes.
proposal.
Sorry, which lot was that Mr. Ruda proposed in the November 13th letter?
I think it was either lot E or F.
E or F?
D or F?
E.
E or F. E.
I'm sorry.
Right next to the roadway and on Main Street.
Either side of the roadway. We would agree to set aside lot A1 if you do not do a set aside for the affordable.
Just a point of clarification. I believe that it is the board that can determine this, or how does this discussion happen?
So it is the board's prerogative to select which lots that they wish. They can have a conversation with the applicant regarding that. But based on Rich's statement, A1 is part of this subdivision, if a portion of it is now being carved off to be incorporated into the rest of the subdivision. So, if it was not being included as part of the subdivision, then it would be a similar A&R lot as in B, C, E, and F. But again, I'll defer to town council and their opinion. And then as far as, there was a question that was asked earlier as far as the affordable housing, I was able to speak to the director for the Regional Housing Services Office. And for affordable housing, the requirements of the inclusionary bylaw and the requirements in the board's rules and regs, the 3 lots for affordable housing, it was Liz Rust is the director for the Regional Housing Services Office, thought that the idea of reserving lot 13 and then possibly like lot, I think it's, I can't see on Rich's, I think it's lot 16, and then, maybe like lot 5 in the back would be disperse the affordable units within the development, which is a goal for affordable housing projects. I just wanted to put that out there before I forgot to provide you her input.
Thanks,
I'm
Elizabeth.
just going to go on record that I consider that a regulatory taking.
Thanks, Jeff.
Town
Thanks.
council.
Yeah.
If I might just interject briefly, I would agree with Elizabeth's opinion earlier about the public purpose 6.20, and the basis for that. And then as far to address the Jeff's comment your moment ago about horse trading, as you know from the regulation, these are just reservations of land, and they all ultimately lead to a effectively takings process. If you contend that A1 is more valuable than one of the lots on Main Street, that is worked out in the takings process and the valuation of the land. And as to your last comment about it being a regulatory taking, both sections, both 6.20 and 6.21, just provide for a reservation for only 3 years, and may not ultimately affect your rights to develop those properties at all, if the town doesn't elect to purchase those properties.
You'll have to defend that, council.
Thanks. Thank you, David. So I guess we might as well talk about this in conjunction. So I would love to hear from the board, and I think that was really helpful to hear from affordable housing in terms of potential lots. So what we would be doing now, as David just described, is we would be specifying the lots that would be most desirable for us to reserve for the town, with the option to purchase. And again, that, as we discussed, that would happen at town meeting and would have to be taken that way. So what we would do tonight is we would kind of talk about what would be the best ones. We've had some discussion that Elizabeth just gave us. Burton, I thought your proposal for lot A1 for the reservation of the public land would work really well, particularly with an easement, so that people could walk to the train, so that kids are playing more safely. I think that sounds like a good option. And what we would do, I believe, is this would become a condition. So should we approve the project, this would be one of the conditions that would be attached to this definitive subdivision plan as well. So would anybody else from the board like to comment on the location of this proposed location for lot A1, or the affordable housing units, which we would say were kind of spread out, as Elizabeth just mentioned, so that they could be more inclusionary?
Can I just ask a question regarding accessibility to the public, whatever is reserved as public land? If the right of way is retained as a private way, does that in any way affect access to that property?
Good question.
And are you talking about if we had an access easement connecting that lot A1 to the cul-de-sac?
No, I guess my question would be, and just as an example, I'll say property 9 that's sort of at the junction there of road A. If that were to be reserved and decided to be used as a park, for example, but the roadways themselves are private. Is there an accessibility issue in terms of people being able to just freely go to the park?
Down a private road.
Yeah.
We would make the private road accessible to the public. You can make that a condition of your approval.
Okay, thank you.
Nathan, were you seeing a more attractive lot for public purposes, or what do you think of A1?
Yeah, so I think Burton makes a good point about A1 in terms of abutting Highland Street and concern with kids and everything like that. I mean, I mentioned 9. I think that also sort of stands out to me as another option, like within the center of the development itself. It doesn't, to again back to what Burton was saying, it doesn't provide quite what more access to the existing community around the development, and it is it has roads on 2 sides, so I can see A1 as being a better option in that regard.
I mean, I think about, it's important to remember what we're doing here is getting a reservation, an option to buy that needs to be approved by the voters of Concord, presumably have the support of the select board. I think they would want to see a park that was open and accessible to the surrounding neighborhood. I think lot 9, I get what you're saying, Nathan. I think that the town would essentially be paying for the value of a lot, so that this subdivision would have a center green, which would be nice. It would be lovely if that were the case. But I think when you're talking about the wider citizens of Concord paying for this land, it needs to be attractive where people are thinking that. I think it will be appreciated by more people.
Thanks. Other folks?
Did Elizabeth weigh in on her preference for a town park, for the park reservation land?
I'd also like to point out, if Rich, if you can go to the grading plan, that also was something that when I was looking at this, nope, just for the roadway, that's fine. Yep. So down here would be where A1 is. And there would be some, presumably some trees remaining. So for lot 9, which is at that center, there would likely not be very many trees remaining after the grading happens for the roadway. So that was just another consideration.
So that would tip us back in favor of A1.
That was just my assessment of the site.
And for the inclusionary housing, Jeff, did you want to express a preference for which lots, notwithstanding your objection?
No.
Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity, but no.
Okay. So I would be in favor of A1 for the park, and I would go with the 3 lots that Elizabeth identified. And thank you, Elizabeth, for connecting with Liz.
Thank Thankfully, I have certain town staff people on speed dial. So I did get feedback from the assistant fire chief as far as the width of the roadway. And he would not have an issue with a pavement width of 24 feet.
Amazing. Thank you.
It's already
I'm sorry.
22 on the cul-de-sacs.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Rich. 22 on the cul-de-sacs?
It's 22 on the cul-de-sacs and it's 26 along the straightaways on A and B.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is via text message. So after, it may be 22 feet all the way around, maybe also be acceptable, but so that there is at least some room for discussion for a waiver to the pavement width.
Just, and I don't mean to jump around. Thank you. I think that's useful information. Just piggybacking on what Kate just asked the applicant, she did ask if you had a preference of which lots are suitable. Were you hoping to exercise another option instead of the lots themselves?
Nope, not at this time.
Okay, thank you. So to continue our discussion, board, what we would do is, and remind me, Elizabeth, again, what lots were suggested by Liz at the Affordable Housing Committee?
I suggested to her and she agreed lot 13. So following on Burton's comment so that there could be, a pedestrian easement connecting the cul-de-sacs to the park. Lot 16, which is it's a smaller lot towards, the front of the development. And, it has houses on, quite a few sides. So it's not the most valuable lot in the development. And then, towards the back, like lot 5, which is, just on the, on the other cul-de-sac.
What does the board think of those as choices for reservation of land?
I think they're thoughtful, and I think it makes sense to spread them out. That is definitely, to iterate what Elizabeth said, it's a goal of Liz Rusk and affordable housing folks in town. And I think having that lot 13 in particular makes a great deal of sense if we're talking about an access easement that could be potentially granted as part of that lot in favor of the town for access to that park.
So Burton, following on that same for lot 5, while there's no formal
Right.
development of a trail on the adjacent town land, I am aware that people, do, walk, hike through that.
Mhm.
There could also be, a public access, a 5-foot wide public access easement on, the side of that lot to connect to the town land.
You read my mind. Yep.
So related to 5, I know one thing that came up in the PRD was discussion of a wildlife easement pathway in what would be the back of 6, looks like now. So what about swapping 5 for 6 to allow for that sort of fenced easement to be put into the back, similar to what was discussed originally on the PRD? And you could still potentially have a additional easement for access to the trails, or as yet to be formalized trails to the west.
Can we see what the square footage of that lot 6 is?
I can't.
Yeah.
I could barely make out the number.
I mean, my thought is that's probably pretty tight. And if you're talking about having a fenced easement, that will visually significantly reduce that versus, there's definitely trail access points around Concord where it is just a path that almost looks like it's through somebody's side yard. In fact, I have one. So it would be, it might be a little challenging to put a meaningful wildlife corridor through there, just given the proximity of the active rail line.
If I could go on record, lot 6 and 7 have a drainage easement. So if you do reserve the lot, we just like to make sure that you're aware that we still need to build the sediment floor bays in that on those locations.
Okay.
And then lot 13 and lot A1, we have a water main easement because we were requested to loop the water main from Main over to Highland, unless we get a waiver or, you know, a variance to not loop it.
So this is good discussion. Are there other questions or comments from the board before I open it up to kind of final public comment? And then we can move to our deliberation.
Kristen, just to follow up on Rich's comment for the water main easement, that actually somewhat makes sense for, you know, the town if they reserve A1 for the park and 13 for affordable housing, because that easement is going to be provided to the town anyways. So then it does not it's no longer an easement. It actually
Right.
just becomes within the property owned by the town, should the town choose to purchase it.
Is it an easement during the construction period until the town purchases it?
It would, yes. The easement would be placed on those lots as part of the definitive subdivision plan and the recording documents for those lots, and the recording of the plan itself will have to show those easements. And it would remain an easement during the up to 3 years of reservation.
All right. Other questions, comments for the applicant?
Just one more,
Go ahead, Rich.
item, Madam Chair. If there's also relief on lot 4, we could go from the common lot line with lot 5 and just have more of a straight line instead of the radius on the turnaround. That could push the house forward and away from Center Village also on lot 4. So narrowing the right of way width from lots 1 through 4, and then also that portion of turnaround, if we can have a little relief there, that will assist with your goal.
Thanks.
So I was right the first time, Rich?
You're breaking up, Captain. I can't hear you.
So Elizabeth, will you be able to follow up with a fire chief and get a quick readout for that? On that turning radius issue?
Well, so this what's shown on this plan is just the road right-of-way layout.
Okay.
Well, the pavement stays the same. There'll be no change. There's a grass shoulder about 8 feet wide. So if we just narrow the grass shoulder in that small location.
I see, Rich. Sorry, I misunderstood.
Oh, no, so any narrowing of the grass shoulder along lots 1 through 4 would also allow us to push the grading away from Center Village.
Okay.
All right, well, let's open it up for public comment. If you have a comment, please raise your hand. We'll call on you. You can state your name and address for the record. Recall that we have discussed this project quite a bit. We've heard, considerable public comment. I will remind everybody that although this project does require significant earth removal, that's a discussion for the Zoning Board of Appeals, should the applicant apply for the special permit there. So for this discussion, we really need to focus on the items that we've talked about tonight and any new information that you might have heard tonight that you'd like to comment about. Thank you to everybody who has submitted public comment through letters and emails to the planning board as well. So I see 2 hands up so far. We'll start with Jack Madigan and Scott Richardson, Sharon McGregor, and here come the list. So thank you all for kind of being concise with your comments. It's 10:15, so I want to just be cognizant of our discussion. And planning board members, if we are starting to lose steam, let's think about the possibility of continuing our deliberation until perhaps an additional meeting next week. So I don't want people, if we're starting to lose focus, let's make other plans. So Jack, we can see you, but you have to unmute yourself. We cannot hear you, but it sounds like you're unmuted.
So Jack, you may have to actually leave the meeting and come back in. No.
All right. Sorry, Jack. We will get you when you come back in. Scott Richardson. Here he goes.
Hi. So the park is Scott Richardson, 260 Elsinore Street. The park that you've been discussing is slightly over a quarter acre, I believe. It's very small. It's really more like just a patch of land. I appreciate the board's concern for the children, particularly those in the neighborhood, because their lives are going to be upended by this project because the land is unsuitable. And so the earth removal and the construction project and the trucks are going to make their life pretty miserable for a long time, including the students at Thoreau, who will be breathing in all the pollution associated with that. So I think that for a quarter of an acre of a park isn't a really good trade-off for the next generation. If we're concerned about our children and them having fresh air and exercise and places to play, will dramatically change our relationship to this project and go back to the fundamental question, which is that the topography is adverse. And it's only through massive, and we mean massive, transformation of the earth with zero offset of the environmental impact, zero offset of the environmental impact, can this project even be done? So I really encourage the board to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon McGregor. We'll ask you to unmute yourself and then state your name and address, please.
Hi, thank you. I have a question for the applicant through the board. Oh, can you not see me? I'm sorry.
We can hear you. Now we can see you.
Okay, great.
Can you state your address, please?
Yes, Sharon McGregor, 70 Williams Road. And I wanted to ask a question of the applicant through the board. And that is that, as we've heard quite a lot talk about, this project has enormous, almost incomprehensible impacts to the project site from this development as it is proposed, extending outside the borders of 1440 Main Street to include the neighborhood, community, and beyond. The applicant should be mindful that everything is different right now. Different from a year ago, from 5 years ago, 10 years ago, what we're used to operating in, the environment, the regulatory environment that we're used to operating in. Everything is different now with regard to the present ecological and climate emergency that we're in. So the as of right that was mentioned earlier by the applicant, that's a construct that is meaningless now because the right granted for your subdivision plan pursuant to the Subdivision Control Act and regulations does not consider the present ecological and climate emergency. And that's only because it hasn't caught up yet to the emergency. Ultimately, it will. But for the time being, that responsibility is left to you, the applicant. So my question is, what are you going to do to respond to the reality that we're in now? How are you going to design your project to consider the ecological and climate impacts, both locally and beyond? Because we're going to lose, a lot of carbon is going to be released from this property. The pollution is going to be tremendous, as has already been stated. There's going to be water impacts in terms of the water retention on the landscape and the evapotranspiration that this site produces for local climate cooling and contributing to gentle rainfall. Those are local impacts that connect up with other projects like of this nature beyond Concord even. So what are you going to do? That's my question. How can you tailor your project within the context of what we are, the emergency that we're currently in?
Thank you.
Kristen, so I'll focus the discussion. Sadly, the state subdivision control law has not caught up, and the board is required to work under the constructs of state law, and it is not within their ability under the subdivision control law to require an applicant to design a project based on those concerns. Everybody understands those concerns, and they should really be, again, and it sounds cliche, but speaking to their legislators about updating the subdivision control law, which has not been updated in a very, very long time.
Oh, absolutely. There've been attempts, but not successful. And I'm not asking the board to do anything. I'm asking the project proponent to be creative and do something to respond to that need.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I see Jack Madigan rejoined us. Let's see if we can get him back on again.
Any luck now?
We can hear you.
Excellent, excellent. I just had a quick question with regard to the engineer's letter that was sent, that was filed last week. With regard to the two homes on Main Street that are on either side of the road, it was mentioned earlier tonight regarding the driveways. And if they're going to be driveways onto that road, Road A, going into the division, then they should be considered part of the subdivision. Otherwise, have the driveways on Main Street if they're going to be A&R. And I just wanted to know if that was something that is being considered, because that's, I thought, how the engineer had stated it. It either needs to be considered part of the subdivision if the driveways are going to be included in it, or A&R, and thus the driveways need to be sent out to Main Street, and that impacts, the size and everything else.
So the correction is those are already A&R lots.
Correct.
And they could show on the subdivision plan nothing. They can just show those as A&R lots. They, should the project be approved and move forward, they could construct this roadway, and then at that time, those lots have frontage on that roadway, and then they could get a building permit and build the house and have the driveways come out. What was requested was you're showing that they're going to come out onto this roadway. It makes sense to have them come out on the roadway instead of two more curb cuts onto Main Street. Yep. So what we had asked is to make sure that the stormwater drainage took into account those driveways, and the traffic analysis took into account those two additional homes. But from a technical aspect, those two A&R lots are already created, and they could sit there until the road is built, and then they have frontage automatically.
Got it. And then they can go for the permits for that. Okay.
Yeah, and then it would just be building permits.
I didn't understand that on the letter. Okay. And then secondly, of course, I still think as a subdivision, I just don't believe that the topography of the site is being utilized to the benefit of the site and for the neighborhood. Just leveling everything, doing a total, cut. It's great that we're looking at these different properties that would be for affordable and everything else. I'm not really, that would be a benefit if they were using the topography and they were fitting these homes in similar to the two homes that are existing, Faye's original home and the one next to it. If those homes were gutted and redone so that we're reusing those two homes, they use that hill nicely. So I'm a little concerned with the fact that we're not utilizing any of the topography. If we get rid of those, that hill there and push everything back, I know it's going to be new dirt being pushed back there as fill. All of a sudden we lose that, and the noise is from the train and everything is going to be very noticeable to folks in Highland as well as Main Street and even Center Village. There's no buffer anymore with regard to any type of sound barrier, which is currently what it is. You cannot see the train right now because those homes are in the way, and they're sitting atop the hill, which is all as far as you can see when you drive by on Main Street. Limiting that and taking down all the trees, it's going to have an entirely different impact with regard to how that site is viewed. And I just, would implore the board, if they have not checked out Comerford, Hidden Valley, whatever it's called, Hidden Trees, that you should definitely take a look there, because that's what's pretty much being proposed here in terms of a total clear cut, bringing in tiny little trees. And this is in the middle of West Concord, pretty much the entrance to West Concord Village. And I just feel it's going to be an eyesore. So thank you. I appreciate all the work you guys are doing on this. Thank you.
Thank you. John Cooley.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, I think the
John, can you just give us your name and address for the record?
Yep, John Cooley, 80 Highland Street. Appreciate all the hard work. I think the project represents a major impact to the community. I will say that the discussion around the preservation of land for public use, especially the concepts around Lot 1A and 13, and also the wildlife corridor in the back of the property, I think would garner strong support from the community. So I encourage those, and I want to express my support for those personally. I also want to just suggest that they consider sort of as much preservation of trees in those lots as possible, not just sort of but parks with wooded space, I think would be very beneficial. And that's it.
Thank you. And the last hand up I see is from Michael Amster. So if anybody has any final comments, please put your hand up now, because we'll be planning to kind of conclude the public comment right after this.
Mute.
We can hear you.
Great. Seems like I'm figuring this out. I was curious to know what the definition of suitable was, because that seems to be a major consideration in this discussion. And one of the definitions that I got was something that is appropriate or accessible or acceptable in a particular situation. So I look at this land and I go, well, you can't put houses there because there's trees and there's grading and all this other. And so what is happening, and I guess I don't understand this, is that in order to make it suitable, we're going to be removing more than 60,000 cubic yards of dirt. We're going to basically be clear cutting the property and removing all the trees. And I look at the 6.2 character of land, 6.21, 6.22, and I see that in each case there is board discretion as to how to deal with the question of saving natural features, as well as dealing with adverse topography. And I just would hope that this was considered in the further discussion of this subdivision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Amster. Yes, believe me, we have been considering this the entire way. And we realize that the language in the bylaws is written so that the board does have some discretion. And we do make that evaluation based on the evidence we have and based on the input from town staff and the departments that we receive information from. And there's one more hand up. It's Pamela Dritt.
Pamela Dritt is talking.
Hi.
Pamela, just remind us of your address again so we can get that on the record.
Pamela Dritt, 13 Concord Green, Unit 4. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Ruda and your associates. I believe that you should be able to develop this, but I agree that we are in a climate emergency and that you have incredible amount of power. And I would like to ask you to consider building all the buildings that you do build there as all electric to net zero specifications. They'll still make you money. In fact, the cost of doing it to that is minimal. The homes are extremely desirable and you'll get a cost premium on them. There are multiple organizations that support and provide resources to builders like you for doing so. And the cost savings and benefits in carbon savings are massive, not just for the owners of the buildings, but for the community as a whole, and can last for centuries, as long as the buildings stand. And it's needed to meet Concord's sustainability goals. Would you consider that? Can we reach out to you and help you do this, not just for us, but for you as well?
Thank you.
Mr. Ruda?
I know that we have in the past discussed the preference for all electric homes as Concord is going that way. I don't know if the applicant is, since we're discussing kind of the subdivision and the layout of the roads, I don't know that we are discussing the actual, but they are discussing the infrastructure. Is it your intention to bring gas pipelines in?
I believe it is, but what we've started to do is offer air source heat pumps in our building specifications for buyers that want them.
Do you have to have any permits for bringing gas in? Because that is something that's very bad environmentally.
I understand your concern. I have to sell houses and there's a lot of people that will not buy electric. So what we do, excuse me, I'm a practitioner. What we do is we offer it as an option for buyers that want their houses fit up that way. So if there's a desire for it, we will do it.
Thanks for your comment, Mr. So that concludes the public comment that I see. And again, we have received letters and they're all posted on our website as well. These are all really important comments that, we hear you. We don't feel differently than you necessarily, but we need to operate within the rules and regulations of the subdivision and make our decision based on that. It's 10:34. To the planning board, I'd say kind of here's what we have left to do. If our discussion with the applicant is done, we can close the public hearing, and that would allow us to do our deliberation and direct Elizabeth to make a recommendation, or excuse me, direct Elizabeth so that she could write her, she could write the decision for us. We would then review that decision at the meeting on December 22nd, and then take the vote then. And then we could file it in time for, we need to file something by December 30th. We have some options because it is late. If we would like to continue deliberating tonight, we can do that and provide, by the time we get off the call today, provide Elizabeth some direction, and she can bring that letter back to us on the 22nd. We could instead see if we can find a time to meet next week and have it, that would be an additional meeting where we would continue the deliberation then, and then provide the guidance to Elizabeth to draft the decision that we would then vote on the 22nd, review and vote on the 22nd. How are people feeling? I want to get a sense of, I know it's been a long meeting, so I want to make sure that we're deliberating in sound mind and having good discussions.
I'd be in favor of, I'm sorry, Burton.
You go ahead.
Go ahead, Kate.
I got the sense that we were of the one mind in, well, I am in favor of going forward with an approval based on the reservation of A1 for parkland and 13.5 and the other one for the reservation for the housing, with the street width being narrowed to 22 feet, and asking Elizabeth to drop the draft decision based on that. And I got the sense that maybe we were in agreement on that. So if that's the case, and we are in agreement, my colleagues and I, and okay, Nathan's shaking his head no. If that was the case, I would prefer to go ahead and do this tonight.
Yeah, Kristen, I'm tired, but I'm also tired of meeting every 2 weeks and talking about this project. And I'm on another committee that meets on Tuesday nights, so I would not be there next week. So let's plow ahead. Let's get this done.
Linda, Alan, Nathan, Haley, are you guys good to plow ahead?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we have the applicant here and everybody's here, so barring anybody else really needing to leave, I think push ahead.
Okay, Haley, Alan, and Linda, are you guys okay to hang on?
Yeah, could we take like a 3 to 5 minute
Yes,
stretch break?
sorry, we should definitely do that. Let's meet back at 10:40 p.m. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so waiting for Kate to get back, but there she is. Procedurally, I want to make sure there are no other questions for the applicant, because we would close the public hearing before our deliberations.
So, I mean, I guess I have a question for us that may result in a question for the applicant. Actually, I have a couple of questions, so I guess I'll just go through them. So with the reservation of land for affordable units, that process is pretty well laid out in the regulations. For the reservation for public purposes or public park, it's not as specific. It doesn't give like a way to determine what the size of the tract or tracts of land should be. So out of curiosity, how did we come to the decision that one lot would be applicable for reservation for a public purpose?
Good
That's question number one. Should I ask all the questions and then do an answer, or should we do one by one?
You can go ahead and do that. Ask the questions.
And then the question for both of the reservations is, with the 3-year reservation that applies to that, we have to get approval from town meeting to purchase those tracts of land. If we do not achieve that in the first year of town meeting, which I assume probably would not be this year anyway, is that the end of the story, or can we retain the 3 years and go to town meeting again the following year for that request, or a modification of that request? The other part is about if we were going to move ahead with 1A, The preservation of that land during the grading and construction surrounding it. The wording within the regulations, lays out that there will be no street, no utilities, and no building or other improvements within the boundaries of the land without approval from the board. And if we're talking about running a water main through there, that would require an approval from us, which I think it sounds like we're okay with anyway, but I just want to put that out there that we would need to do that potentially. And then this goes back to the applicant potentially is we've talked a lot about having all electric units as a goal for the town. We've also talked about setting aside 3 lots for potential affordable units. Is it something that we can discuss, that we can work with the applicant to say, we will set aside, reserve 2 tracks rather than 3 for affordable units under the assumption or under the agreement that the remaining units that you construct are all electric?
All good questions. Elizabeth,
Yep.
and I don't know if it's you or David that might respond to the
Sorry.
procedural ones first.
So starting with the first question, you are correct. There is no standard in the board subdivision rules or regulations, or even subdivision control law. It's very vague on, how you determine what is the size of the tract of land for public purpose. The only example that the town has is a subdivision many years ago. They were also reserving land for public purpose and based it on a community standard of what is currently the area percentage of protected open space in the community as a community standard. And that calculation currently, taking out any federal or state land, is approximately 8.7%, which would equate for this project to over 30,000 square feet, which is very excessive for, it's only 8 acres, 16 lots. But that 8.7% doesn't exclude, it includes permanently protected land the town has for agricultural purposes. So, that number does go down. So, at 8.7, you're talking 3 lots. If you took out all of the land that was permanently protected only for agricultural purposes and not for, let's say, like public park or open space purposes, then you're looking at 2, possibly only 1 lot. So I think unless there's a much more detailed calculation based on that community standard of what the town has permanently protected for that type of public purpose open space, it's reasonable to think 1 lot is reasonable. Could it be 2 if a more detailed calculation was done? Possibly, but that would be more time and could it be done? Yeah, I could work with other town staff people to get a more detailed analysis on that. The second question was
about the 3-year reservation in town.
Yep. So no, it's spelled out very specifically. The town has 3 years. So it's either year 1, year 2, year 3. There's no requirement that the town try it in year 1, try it in year 2, and try it in year 3. It's the town has 3 years to act on that reservation of land.
And so that clock starts basically at what point would that, in this process, when about would that start for us, assuming everything goes forward from here?
So I'll defer to David, but it's either when the decision is filed or it may actually be when the definitive plan is endorsed and recorded, because then the lots are created. So he's nodding, I'm gonna think it's when the definitive plan is endorsed.
Yeah, I'll jump in, Elizabeth. It's I'll touch on each of those issues that you raised, Nathan, and work backwards. So it's 3 years working from the date of the endorsement of the plan. That's the length of the reservation period. So you asked whether the town could vote multiple times on this. I think that it could, if the town meeting were to disapprove it in year 1 and then approve it in year 2, that would be, I believe that would be permissible, although that hasn't come up before, so far as I know. And then just to touch on the issue you raised about why the public park provision is so much less detailed than the affordable housing rule or in your regulation. So the public park provision 6.20 is repeating language that's in the subdivision control law, section 81U of the subdivision control law, and it's the Concord rule basically just repeats that language, whereas the affordable housing rule is based on a town bylaw. So it's the Subdivision Control Act doesn't speak to reserving land for affordable housing purposes. This was an initiative of the town back, I think it was 1992, approved bylaw at town meeting. Attorney General approved that bylaw, and then the planning board implements it through this regulation 6.21, laying out the procedure for the town to reserve and then take land for affordable housing. So it's because Concord has done something innovative in its local subdivision planning that it's so much more detailed.
Okay, thank you. And then related to the timing, decide whether it's advantageous or not to put this in front of town meeting this coming year. Would it even potentially be possible to have it in front of town meeting this year?
I'm going to that would be challenging, because there will be conditions that need to be met prior to endorsement of the plan. So it would all depend on how quickly the applicant moves forward to meeting those conditions. Usually one of them that takes some time is the performance guarantee, depending on which type of performance guarantee is selected. And then there's definitely going to be other items. So because the warrant will open sometime towards the end of February and close sometime the middle to end of March. That's not too long from now. So is it possible? Anything's possible. Is it likely? Probably not.
Yeah, maybe Linda, maybe you could speak to, I imagine FinCom already has the borrowing authority and everything all nailed down, and you need a source of money. And I can say as a member of the CPC, the application needed to be in 3 months ago to be in this funding cycle.
We'd want to iron out some things, I think, before we would bring it to town meeting.
Can I just add one thing about that section? Section 621.4, which talks about the 3-year reservation. The next one talks about We just seek approval to install the utilities within those lots reserved. If it's the water main going to Highland, or we can request a variance from the Public Works. And then when you pick, if you so choose a lot that's not along Main Street, Main Street lots don't need any grading, you know, or they're not blended in with the other lots. So if you pick lot 13 or something like that, we just don't want to, we need permission to grade across the lot to some extent to blend so that we can shape the lots next to it. Otherwise, you have this steep drop in embankment if we're not allowed to, you know, grade out that lot.
So just for my opinion, and David can weigh in, I think the board would not be in a very strong position to select a lot that required improvements or grading utilities to that lot that are required for the construction of the roadway utilities or stormwater drainage, and not allow the applicant to make those improvements on a lot that you selected. So I think if, you know, the board does choose A1 and lot 13, we can, you know, draft a condition that, you know, a statement that realizes that there does need to be some improvements. Looping the water main is an asset to, you know, this project, and, you know, Water and Sewer has requested it, but we can do a little bit more detailed as far as trying to, you know, preserve trees, or, you know, take a little bit more looking at, you know, that. But I don't think the board would be in a strong position to reserve a lot and then not allow any improvements to it.
Thank you.
I think we can look at those improvements a little bit more clearly or more closely from a staff level. I don't think, you know, it needs to actually come back to the board. They can allow that to be done at a staff level as for a condition. But I don't think you could just say, no, we're not going to let you loop the water main.
And I'm just mostly referring to the side lot lines that are abut the you know, allowed to grade into the side yards of the lot reserved to construct the houses next to it. That's what I'm kind of referring to. Not a showstopper. It's just, you know, it's an active site. We need to blend the site together. They're 10,000 square foot lots that are 80 feet wide. So you can't just stop on one lot line and then keep it existing and then start again on 80 feet down the road. So that's what I'm saying. We can kind of keep some trees in the middle probably without getting into much detail. Just wanted to go on record. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other questions for the applicant before we kind of continue our deliberation and we would not be in discussion with them anymore?
We didn't discuss the electric for affordable.
So are you proposing that to the board to say, you know, would we be willing to do that if the applicant was so willing to do that?
I mean, yeah, that would be an open question to the board. I'm just wondering if that's even something that could be discussed.
So your question is, if we were to reserve 2 lots for affordable housing instead of 3, would the applicant consider doing all electric with no fossil fuels?
That's right.
I can't. I understand where you're coming from. I want to cooperate. I just can't do it in these houses. I am definitely afraid of what it's going to do to the saleability of them.
There you go, Nathan.
We will put it on the options list. We will make it available. We understand, but please understand there are a lot of people in this price range that do not want electric heat. And it's a problem. I gladly concede it.
Okay, any other questions for the applicant? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. And so applicants, we will now make you attendees again so that you can kind of listen to our deliberation. And again, our goal, planning board members, is to have any discussion among ourselves with the information, the facts that we have. We'd like to direct Elizabeth to draft a decision, or to draft our decision, so that we can review it again on the 22nd. So what I can do is I can go around and ask each of you kind of what your position is on the application, and then what direction you have to provide to the town planner as she drafts the decision, unless there are other specific questions like Nathan just had. Yes, Kate.
May I ask town council what the appeal process is? To what entity does the applicant appeal?
If challenges to the subdivision decision could come from many directions, potentially from abutters, from the applicant, from other town boards, the land court and the superior court would have jurisdiction. The applicant has also raised an issue of a regulatory taking, which is potentially a federal constitutional issue. So potentially federal court.
Okay. In the instance of the state courts, does that come back to us with to cure something if that's required, or does the judge actually issue an approval?
It depends on the nature of the decision that is being appealed, and what the posture in the court. Most likely it would be remanded to the board for further decision making. However, if it were to be in certain situations, you might have an application that should be permitted as of right, in which case the decision from the court may be directing you to issue a decision approving an application, for example. So just because you might have a further vote to take doesn't mean you would necessarily have much in the way of much substantive to say about it when it was returned to you.
Thank you.
While we're also talking to you, David, note, and I know the applicant made reference to this in a prior meeting. During the 3-year reservation period for any of the tracts of land that we determine tonight or whenever, should town meeting not approve the purchase of those tracts of land, is there any precedent one way or the other in terms of the applicant being able to recoup what they view as damages or lost costs or losses as a result of holding on to those and not being able to develop those tracts of land for the 3 years?
I believe that in certain situations, you might see a regulatory taking that could lead to compensation to the developer. Or you might see, I think I would rather write an opinion to the board on that issue. I am, at this moment, I would say that I'm not especially concerned about damages against the town for that issue. Put it another way, you're moving, it's all a spectrum of takings. So either the board would be taking these properties outright for use as a park and use as affordable housing, in which case you have the town would have to pay the full value of the property. If the regulatory taking were proved out, it would be some sliver of that value with the lost use during that 3-year period.
And Burton, or Nathan, I think it's important for us to remember we're trying to act on behalf of the town, which enacted that bylaw that was then approved by the Attorney General. So we need to act on that behalf. Yes, Linda.
I have a question with regard to the process in terms of the earth removal permit. That's would go before the Zoning Board of Appeal, but would our process this evening allow us to make a recommendation to the zoning board on that, or is that a separate issue altogether?
So that's a completely separate process. Should the board move forward with a decision to approve this project, there will be a condition prior to endorsement of the definitive plan. The applicant receive a special permit for the earth removal, and that is recorded with the Middlesex South Registry of Deeds. So to Nathan's previous comment, that's why you won't see this on town meeting for June, because if they were to file by January 2nd for the Board of Appeals, they wouldn't be on the agenda till the third week or second week of February. So it's that won't happen. So, but the special permit process itself, they would apply to the Zoning Board of Appeals, and it is highly likely that the Board of Appeals will, while not a requirement, I'm fairly certain that the Board of Appeals will ask for a recommendation from the Planning Board and probably from the Public Works Commission in regards to the earth removal. But it is not something that you would include in this decision, no.
It would be at that time.
It would be at that time, should the Board of Appeals ask for the Planning Board's recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, other questions? These are good. If you have remaining questions, you can ask them. I'm going to go around. I'm going to ask people, their opinion of the application and what thoughts you have to direct Elizabeth to draft the decision. I'm going to start with Burton, and then I will go around, and I'll end with Linda since she's the newest.
I guess focusing on the 4 points that we talked about this evening, the natural features and the suitability of the land. I think that there is. I think this subdivision is being put in a place where, in a way that doesn't make sense for the community. But I don't think the language in those provisions prevents us from being able to approve this, in my view. I think on the drainage pipe, candidly, and the clean out from the water infiltration system, candidly, I'm not certain how that should be considered as a condition in our planning board, in our decision, simply because I haven't been all that focused on that issue. With respect to the reservation for a town purpose and specifically a park, I am strong. Well, that's I believe an optional step we can take. I'm strongly in favor of that, and would want to see that in any decision, specifically that lot there abutting to Highland Street. On the affordable housing piece, I know there's been some strong assertions we've received from the the proponent here, as well as proponent's counsel. I read the affordable housing set aside as a strict requirement on us as a board. The word is shall. I don't think that based upon the perspective shared by the proponent that we can ignore that responsibility. And I think to the degree, you know, there's been no request for relief from that requirement. What I don't want to do is set a precedent of just saying, well, we've been effectively shown the future, which would be litigation over this, but I don't think that can affect our decision here. I think we need to make the decision that's required of us by the rules and regs, and that we should be setting aside the required amount and interspersed in the community around the development, as Elizabeth and Rusk and Elizabeth Hughes both suggested. With that, and with considering narrowing the road and the so that maybe that slope next to Center Village isn't so steep, I would vote in favor, regrettably in favor of this, but with those requirements on the set asides.
Thank you. Alan. Oh, I'm sorry, Elizabeth.
Sadly, I didn't look at the time when I was texting the assistant fire chief, so I'll have to apologize. But I will be setting up a Zoom meeting with him tomorrow to discuss should the the board want to move forward with a waiver to the pavement with what they would find acceptable, whether 22 or 24.
Okay.
So I will have that answer tomorrow.
Okay, we would have that in time to put it in the decision. So, thanks. Alan, what's your position on the application?
I think I think the applicant has checked all the boxes. In terms of the application, but I feel very strongly again about the suitability of the land, whatever the definition of that might be. I personally don't think it's suitable, this land for development. And also the point of protection of natural features, I feel strongly about that. So in that sense, I'm against this project. I mean, if we're, that's my opinion on this.
Thank you. Nathan.
So I guess I'll just try to go down the list similar to how what Burton did. So in terms of the protection of natural features, I agree that the language available to us, I'm not sure that it would work to our advantage, though I would agree. I do not think that they are giving due regard to the land as a whole. I also agree that I believe the land is unsuitable for development, but I think the main part of that is the earth removal and change topography, which I think is going to end up coming under the ZBA and their review. And then for the other couple of things, the drainage, I agree that should be written to be maintained by an HOA. And agree with the narrowing of the road to move the lots 1 through 4, I think it is, away from Center Village. And then for the reservation of land, I'm going to say that I think we should write in a reservation for 2 tracks for park purposes, and work to demonstrate why that's an appropriate amount for the size of the development and its location within the town, particularly to West Concord Center, Village Center. And then I also agree with the selected lots that Elizabeth mentioned, 13, 16, and 5 for reservation for affordable housing units.
So if we were able to draft a decision that include that you would like to see those conditions in the decision.
Yeah, I think the only thing that has sort of differed from what we've talked about before is the reservation of 2 tracks for the public park space. And in my mind, that, you know, those are separate. You know, you have 2 different things going on. You have the affordable reservation, you have the public purpose, public park reservation. And I'm trying to also think about how people might approach this at town meeting and what they may value more than the other. And when they see a price tag, what they may go for. And, you know, more people may be apt to choose a park, and we would want a decent park. You know, public comment was made earlier that it is a small, 1A is a small lot and wouldn't be much of a park. And you know, there may not be the interest to fund three lots for affordable housing, which actually brings a question. So if we don't, when the vote happens, can it be moved on the floor at town meeting to reduce it to 2 lots or 1 lot, or how would that, or again, because we can go back again in a following year, we could just adjust that. I just don't want to miss out on something because people are less apt to do one or the other.
You would not have to, you could create 3 different warrant articles for 3 different lots. You don't have to create one warrant article to include all 3 lots. So you could set it up however you want, you know, however the planning board working with the select board wants to set it up. But also to your point about this is definitely within the purview of the board to discuss is that weighing of feasibility of having these reservation of lands move forward for those intended purposes. So to your point, Nathan, it's maybe I'll go through and I'll do the calculation, and maybe it's however you divide it up, it's still going to be a lot of money. So maybe it's 2 lots for the park. If I do the calculation and that comes out as reasonable, and 2 lots for affordable housing instead of 3. So that's what the board can weigh. But as far as town meeting, no, you do not have to have one warrant article for all 3 lots.
And Linda, you comment?
I ask a question. Is this a residence C zone? So if we go through and get past the two units per lot in residence C, would the affordable housing be 2 units?
No, the bylaw specifically says 1 housing unit for 10,000 square feet. So you would not be able to put a duplex on 10,000 square feet.
But aren't some of these lots closer to?
You are correct. Well, but is she saying for the larger lots? There's something in the provision itself that specifically calls that out. 1 unit per.
Yes. So none of these lots are. There are no lots that are over 20. They'd have to be over 20,000 square feet. And if there is a lot that's big, I can tell you that a significant portion of it probably has a stormwater detention basin on it.
Okay.
So I can read you the language specifically.
I mean, it's a good question. It just seems like when that was written, they specifically called that out.
Yeah, it's the maximum number of units on reserved land. No more than one housing unit shall be built for every 10,000 square feet of land purchased or acquired by the town or its designee under this bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Nathan, any other comments, questions?
That was it.
Okay. Kate, tell us your thoughts. We can capture that and help Elizabeth direct the decision. And Nathan, I guess regarding the, how many lots to reserve, I think that Elizabeth, you can kind of put a placeholder in for the decision that we're going to review on the 22nd. I think, and we can finalize that discussion if that's okay.
Yes.
Okay, Kate.
I've already foreshadowed my position. I think that we need to be clear that we're all concerned about the topography. I do not understand the issue of land suitability with regard to the volume of earth removal required to be a basis for a denial of the project. So Burton said that he thought it wouldn't prevent us from approving. So I'm just going to flip that around and say that I don't understand that as a potential basis for a denial. So I think not, even though it's really unsatisfactory, I don't understand that to be a fruitful path forward to deny it on that basis. Similarly, with the natural resources, I think we should make it clear in the decision that they haven't given much regard. But again, I don't see that as a basis for a denial. So I do think we should go forward with an approval. I think that we should reserve A1 for parkland, and I think we should reserve the other 3 for housing. I do not support reserving 5 lots total. I think that if anything, we wanted to try to do A1 and 13 for a park, that preserve that option, as Elizabeth just alluded to. So I think I'm not in favor of going for a 5th land to reserve, 5th lot. I'm sorry, and that's it.
Okay, thanks. Haley.
Yeah, so I guess what I'm struggling with what I heard so far is, well, maybe, I guess I think I understand what Kate is saying on the natural features, but I know Nathan expressed.
So
felt-
Hallie,
Can you speak up just a bit?
can't hear you, sorry.
Is that any better? You can hear me now?
That's better.
Yes. Yeah, I was just saying that I guess what I struggle with, I mean, I share most of these same thoughts that everyone has. I guess going in reverse order, that's easier with regard to reserving. I mean, I support Nathan's idea of reserving as much as is defendable for public space. I mean, we know that that is, in the community's best interest. They've been loud and clear on that. But then working, backwards, where I am getting hung up on is, natural protection of natural features. And I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that it would be hard for them at all to say they've given any regard to, especially the trees. And they want to, blame that on the grading that's required. But, at the end of the day, then that ties back to the suitability of the land, given the extent to which they want to develop it. I mean, it's clear that any land can be developed. The question in my mind is like, is it suitable to be developed to this extreme? And therefore it necessitates all these negative consequences, like completely clear cutting the site. And so, it's unfortunate that it seems like at the nth hour, we've uncovered some potential to reduce the road width and save some, stuff there potentially, but like that was like a Hail Mary of an idea that was thrown out here at the last meeting after however long this has been going on, where it seems like if they were actually giving any regard to natural features, like they could have brought this up a long time ago with engineering and the planning board and Elizabeth. So I guess that leads me then wondering, well, what else, what other creativity has completely been, you know, ignored that, you know, would be, you know, creating more regard for protection of natural features. I mean, we are where we are at this point, and everybody wants to be done with this, but I guess in general, it's just super disappointing to kind of feel like that got ignored until the very end, as you know, any potential to make improvements on the engineering side and design side to protect natural features. I mean, so I think the last thing I would say is, like, it's clear that I know these sections in general are extremely vague, but they are in here. And if there was no value to them being in here, or, you know, no justification or legal basis for them being in here, then why would they be in here at all? So, you know, I know arguments have been made that, like, they have no legal standing to say, sort of the more touchy-feely aspects of, like, is this entire parcel a community asset? I mean, I would argue that it seems like we've been hearing for years from the public that this parcel is, as is, a community asset, given its location. And so I don't know what that really means as far as, like, any tangible recommendations we could include, but, like, as is, I'm you know, against the development as is, given all that.
Thank you.
Kristen, just to follow up on Hallie's one comment, I am not sure that there are any other design waivers that would make any significant, you know, overall change to the level of grading or tree removal waivers that would be granted, given that, I mean, it is 16 lots. So, you know, the fire department's not going to allow a hammerhead turnaround. You know, there's a lot of other, you know, things for a standard subdivision that they're just not going to waive. So I know that doesn't help, but just,
Sure.
you know, it's, you know, curbing or, you know, sidewalks, and, you know, it already is, you know, one sidewalk. So I don't think there's a lot of other waivers that would make any material difference to those aspects of your concern.
Thank you. And Linda, tell us your thoughts.
Well, I want to thank you all for having this be my initial project. And if they're all like this, is going to be a very long 5 years. So I will enjoy spending them with you, but I'll be older than I am by the time we're done. You know, I think we could summarize it by saying it's not the project we want, but it's the project that we have before us in terms of the natural features and suitability. It is what it is. So in that regard, I think that that's one side of the trade-off. But if the engineers are supportive of it, I think that's what is okay with me. I think the permit for earth moving is another issue to face on another day, and we'll see where that leads us. In terms of the open land, I think a park would be lovely, and I think having that tie into Highland Street and into the cul-de-sacs and into West Concord makes this a much more palatable community asset. And then in terms of the affordable housing, I'm looking at sheet 2, and it somehow it shows that there are 3 lots that do have more than 20,000 feet. Lot 7, lot 10, and lot 11. So I don't know if it would be interesting to take one of those and perhaps be able to put 2 units on those, or if that would not be inclusionary to the same extent that having 1 unit would be or not. But I'll just throw that out there as a consideration in terms of trying to add more value by having more affordable housing as a result of this project moving forward. So at the end of the day, I would be supportive of it, and I would hope that the applicant, when they come to the actual planning of the homes on this site, would move forward to be more creative, both in terms of the environmental impact and in terms of the aesthetics, as it would be a contribution to the town of Concord and to the West Concord community in which it's situated. And so I'm hopeful we can move forward in a collaborative basis with the town and hopefully add to the success of this project going forward.
Kristen, to Linda's comment, there are 3 lots within the project that are over 20,000 square feet. They either have the isolated wetland that makes up most of it, or the stormwater drainage. And while yes, you would be able to, it's 1 housing unit per 10,000 square feet. The concern I would have, and this was raised by the RHSO director, is you want to make sure that the affordable units don't stand out compared to the rest of the units. And so if you were to go through the development and say, here's 1 duplex in a whole entire subdivision, that must be the affordable unit. So, so there is, some consideration with that as well. But I do understand your point as far as value for the money.
Well, and we're glad that this is the first application you've worked on, because I think everything else after this will look more straightforward. So congratulations. So I definitely heard significant consensus. So Elizabeth, I think we're going to be able to direct you fairly consistently to draft a decision. I too agree that that the land here should not be developed, just because it can be. We're seeing time after time that the applicant is having to struggle and meet the bare minimums just to meet the rules and regulations, meet the subdivision control law, and going to great pains to do so. Which to me, certainly speaks to that this land should not be developed in this way. But we have seen reports from our town engineer has reviewed what was given to them by the applicant, and hopefully that is exceptionally accurate. And so the information that we have been given hopefully is accurate enough to say that there is not going to be short or long-term impact based on this development. From what I'm hearing from everyone else, I think those of us who can support the program, support the project, do so not willingly, but because we are bound by our duties as planning board members and what we understand the subdivision control law to be. And so we will make sure that in the draft decision that Elizabeth provides to us to review on the 22nd, that we will carefully review all of the conditions that are in there to make sure that we have included all of the ones that will hopefully make this project as palatable as possible. You know, I think it's unfortunate that the project doesn't seem to have community support, and it's going to be in a place that is in the heart of the community. And it's unfortunate that the applicant does not seem to be willing to kind of show any indication of doing more to protect natural features, doing more to for less profit, but doing more to be a better community project and have a longer term positive impact. And so that's disappointing. But I think, Elizabeth, that you have, I think, what you need to draft the decision from us. Then what we would do on the 22nd is we would review the decision, then we would entertain a motion to approve the subdivision with the conditions as in the decision, and we would take a vote on that at that time. So everybody does have time to think and reflect, read the decision, and then make a decision at that time. Anything else, David or Elizabeth, that we should be considering before we kind of wrap up for tonight? You guys have held on to the bitter end.
Yeah, no. So, I mean, the board touched on some conditions tonight, but when I go back and talk with town staff and the different departments, there's probably at least 40 standard conditions that we include with almost all projects. Then there's going to be additional standard conditions that are specific to subdivisions. You could probably go back and look at the Cuca Road definitive decision, and I can email that around to everybody so that you readily have it. And you're going to see many of those types of standard conditions. And then there's the ones that are just site specific for this project, given where it is located. Engineering and community safety officer in one discussion made a comment that there'd be a condition, trucks waiting on Main Street is prohibited, or so there's going to be other things that are very specific. So I just don't want the board to think that there's only going to be a handful of conditions. There's probably going to be 50. But so.
Thank you. And David, anything else to add?
I don't have any further input, but I do think the board has done a nice job of with a complicated project and taking lots of comment from various the public and the applicant, and I think you're well on the way to a legally sound decision one way or the other.
Thanks. We appreciate any advice that you've given us, and certainly your time on all the meetings. So I don't believe there's any other administrative business. Elizabeth, is there any staff updates that you'd like to pass along?
Not at this time.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody. We will meet again on the 22nd. So thanks for hanging in there. Oh, public comment. Is there any?
There's some minutes.
That we don't. They're not prepared. Normally, we would open this up to public comments.
Good job.
This would be general public comment, not about the project that we're talking about, because we've concluded the public hearing. So this would be public comment for something else. And I see one hand up. Sharon McGregor will allow you to talk. You can please state your name and address for the record.
Sharon McGregor, 70 Williams Road. So speaking generally about projects that are before you, to what extent have you tried to apply the sustainability principles? I know that you probably are limited in terms of things that might be challenged legally, but I think that you probably have a lot more leverage than you might think. And So I'm asking in general, have you been applying it, and could you apply it to specific projects like what you've been talking about tonight?
A recent example would be at the last town meeting, we put forward amendments to our PRD, our Planned Residential Development Bylaw, to include more sustainability features in what we can actually review. So that was probably kind of the largest thing that now we can adhere to during the review process for those PRDs.
So just the PRDs?
No, so the planning board, through their site plan review and their recommendations to the zoning board of appeals, have those conversations with applicants. So you have the Chase Bank, which is at the corner of Baker Ave and Main Street, which will be going in. That project will be all electric. The developer for 13B Commonwealth Ave is continuing to look into whether all electric will work for that mixed use development. But as far as the sustainability, it's also not, it's not always just, can the project be all electric? The planning board regularly looks at low impact development for stormwater drainage, looks at reduction in impervious surfaces, and looks at other criteria for as far as those elements.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so if you could be thinking about how you might begin to apply not just the emission side principles, but the nature drawdown side, because I think that's something that the town could explore, as it further develops and even updates the plan that Kate has done for the town. Sustainability plan, resilience plan, because what we want to I think what we should try to see on every development is that they're reducing emissions and increasing drawdown to a level that is making the project truly sustainable. If you're just looking at the emission side, it's not, you're missing that other piece that is equally important. So just be thinking about that, and it would be worth working with Kate and others in the town about how to do that in subdivision review, whether we can have our own bylaw that would strengthen your authority in that regard. It's worth exploring.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for all you're doing. It's been a tough project for you to review tonight.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, that looks like all the public comment we have. Oh, Linda.
Linda.
I just had a question. If we have a project where they clear cut all the trees, can we require that they have solar, since there'll be no tree coverage to keep the solar off?
You're muted, Elizabeth.
That is not something that the board can require as part of a subdivision review. When it's maybe a special permit project such as a PRD, that can be part of the discussion and negotiations with an applicant. But you would not be able, currently under subdivision control law, you would not be able to make that a requirement.
But what a good idea, like you're saying.
Well,
Elizabeth, better time.
I think that the subdivision control law does say that we can exercise powers with due regard to the policy of the Commonwealth to encourage the use of solar energy and protect the access to direct sunlight of solar energy systems.
Well,
which I thought was a later addition to the subdivision rule that I didn't see addressed in some of the like in Attorney Latham's letter. So I just thought that was interesting. I don't think it's sorry.
That's protect the access to solar. So it's actually the reverse of what you're thinking. If a community went through and said, oh, I'm sorry you want to develop that lot, but you can't cut any trees, around, greater than, 4 feet away from the house, that person would not be able to get access to solar. So board could not do that. What Linda's talking about is they're clear cutting the whole entire site. There's no trees. Can't we make them, orientate all the houses so that they can have solar? No, that's not something you could do.
Linda, it does, when we were considering the tree bylaw, we heard a lot of people talking about it should be more enforceable and the like tonight. On the other side were people who were concerned about it preventing people from developing solar potential on their property. That was at least a comment that was heard once or twice through that process. So it's an interesting balance.
So that, that gets back to, yes, the town's sustainability plan, has, amazing metrics and goals, and, but the sustainability plan has not been vetted against, for at least for the planning board, all of the other rules and regulations that you are, bound under by the state. So the sustainability plan may say all projects should be all electric. Well, the Attorney General has, from a zoning perspective, has said, no, you can't do that. The tree bylaw says, let's retain all the trees, but state law says everybody has a right to solar access. So, so that's where, a lot of things don't mesh, and there's a lot of work to make them, be able to work together. And some of that work is only in the hands of legislators.
All right, with that, I think everybody's done quite enough work tonight. I'm going to adjourn the meeting. It's 11:45, and we'll see everybody.
We've tied the longest one.
I feel like it's me, and I'm not really enjoying holding this record. So, good night, everyone.
Good night, guys. Thanks.
Good night, everyone.
Bye.
Thank you, Chris.
Good night, everybody.
Oh, thank you, Elizabeth and Chris and Marcia, if you're still on. Really, really appreciate
And
it.
David.